name is Elias Vance. This document serves as a personal record, a deposition of fact against the encroaching fog. I am, or was, a specialist in a very particular field. For 12 years, I served as a corrections officer in the United States military, culminating in a tour at a high-security detention facility that does not officially exist. There, I learned that control is a science and silence is a weapon. But I also learned about the weight of certain actions, the kind that leave a residue on the soul. This residue, a quiet but persistent corrosion, is what clinicians now label moral injury. It is a wound not of the body, but of one's own ethical foundation, a betrayal of the self that leaves you hollowed out, seeking an escape not from the world, but from your own memory. It manifests as a loss of trust in others and in oneself, a persistent shame that erodes the capacity for a full life. It was this hollowness that made the offer so appealing. The contract was presented by a man in a featureless suit in a sterile government office that smelled of nothing. The pay was astronomical, the terms indefinite. The location was described only as a long-term containment and research initiative, operating under the Gerwystone codeword, a designation I later learned was reserved for the deepest of black sites. The work required my specific skill set, the ability to enforce protocol under extreme psychological pressure, and, most importantly, the discipline to exist in absolute isolation. The psychological challenges of such work, including burnout and anxiety, were things I believed I had already mastered. I saw it as a penance, a place where the silence might finally drown out the echoes of my past. I signed without hesitation, believing I was choosing solitude. I was wrong. I was choosing the labyrinth. The journey to the facility was a masterclass in psychological conditioning. It began with a flight on an unmarked jet to a private terminal at the edge of Las Vegas. From there, a black Suburban with tinted windows drove me north, away from the neon glow and into the heart of the Nevada desert. The landscape is a character in this story, an active participant in the isolation it enforces. Nevada is a state defined by the Basin and Range Province, a relentless series of north-south mountain ranges separated by arid, endorheic valleys, closed basins from which no river flows to the sea. It is a topography of entrapment. As we drove deeper into the federally controlled lands of the Nevada National Security Site, NNSS, the world outside the window became a canvas of brutalist nature. The NSS is a place steeped in secrecy, a vast expanse of desert and mountain where the government conducted 28 underground nuclear tests from 1951 to 1992. It is a wounded land, pockmarked with subsidence craters and contaminated with the ghosts of the Cold War, a perfect place to hide things that must never be found. The air itself felt different here, thin and sharp. Nevada is the driest state in the nation, and the Darnall temperature range is extreme, swinging by as much as 40 degrees EF, from the searing heat of midday to the profound cold of the desert night. This constant environmental stress wears on you, a physical manifestation of the psychological pressure to come. The silence was the most unnerving part. It wasn't just quiet, it was a profound, pressing emptiness. A sonic vacuum where the only sound was the crunch of gravel under the tires and the low hum of the engine. We passed signs warning of unexploded ordnance and radiological hazards, markers of a history of black projects and clandestine research. After hours of driving, we arrived at a final checkpoint, a gate in a fence that seemed to guard nothing but miles of creosote bush and sage. Beyond it, half buried in the earth like a concrete tomb, was the facility. They called it Persephone. The name, a reference to the Greek queen of the underworld, was not lost on me. The structure was a monument to brutalist architecture, a stark, windowless monolith of reinforced concrete that plunged deep into the desert floor. Its design was a fusion of a supermax prison and a cutting-edge laboratory, built not for rehabilitation, but for absolute, hermetic containment. The principles of supermaximum security were evident everywhere: towering perimeter walls, topped with razor wire, advanced surveillance systems monitoring every angle, and a series of airlocked sally ports that hissed open and shut with unnerving finality. Inside, the layout was deliberately disorienting, a modern labyrinth of sterile white corridors, sharp right angles, and heavy, electronically controlled steel doors. The air was recycled, carrying a faint, ozonic tang of high-voltage equipment. There was no natural light. The only illumination came from cold, recessed LED strips that cast no shadows. My new home was Echo Block, a subterranean wing of the facility. It was a single, long corridor with 8 heavily reinforced cells on one side and a row of observation stations on the other. The design was meant to eliminate all human contact. Meals were passed through slots, and movement was restricted to the point of near total stasis. I was told that inmates, referred to only as assets, were the most dangerous individuals in government custody. But the sheer level of technological overkill, the seismic dampeners beneath the floor, the complex atmospheric controls, the rows of servers humming with unimaginable processing power, suggested these were not ordinary prisoners. This was a place but to contain something that defied conventional understanding, a place operating with no legal oversight, a true black site where the normal rules of the world did not apply. My orientation concluded in a small, soundproof briefing room. My supervisor, a man named Walsh, whose face was a mask of perpetual fatigue, slid a single, laminated card across the table. It was titled, "The Greystone Protocols, Echo Block." "You don't need to understand them," Walsh said, his voice flat. "You only need to obey them. Every rule is in place for a reason. Deviation is not an option. Your survival, and more importantly, the integrity of this facility, depends on your absolute compliance." The rules were a bizarre cocktail of mundane security procedures and inexplicable, almost superstitious commands. They felt less like a guard's manual and more like the ravings of a paranoid madman. Yet they were presented with the dead, serious gravity of a nuclear launch code. This juxtaposition, the clinical presentation of the utterly irrational, was the first true moment of fear I felt. It was the cold, creeping realization that I had stepped into a reality governed by a logic I could not comprehend. The Greystone Protocols, Echo Block 1. Maintain absolute silence during blue light cycles, 2200-06,000. Sound carries in ways you do not understand. 2. Ignore any sounds resembling infant cries or whispers originating from the central ventilation shaft. They are an auditory lure. 3. At 03:13 a.m., all visual monitors will switch to infrared for precisely 90 seconds. Do not look directly at the primary monitor, E7, during this time. Observe only peripherally. Direct observation is a form of engagement. 4. If a flicker of yellow light is observed in cell E4, log it as a bioluminescent event, and do not approach the cell door for the remainder of your shift. 5. Never allow your reflection to be fully and clearly visible in the observation glass of any occupied cell. Stand at an angle or partially obscure your face. 6. If the light above the primary communications panel turns blue, proceed immediately to the designated safe room via the secondary access corridor. Do not wait for confirmation. Do not use the main hallway. 7. Do not speak your name or the names of other personnel over the internal comms system. Use only designated call signs. Names have weight. 8. Under no circumstances cross the solid red line painted on the floor before cell E7. This is not a suggestion. This is a boundary of physics. I read the list twice. Each rule was a seed of dread. Rule 2 was a chilling echo of the Paiute legends of water babies, mythical spirits said to inhabit the lakes of this very region, luring people to their doom with the sound of crying infants. Rule 4's mention of bioluminescence brought to mind the strange, self-illuminating creatures of the deep ocean, things that use light to hunt or communicate in total darkness. The rules about sound and names felt connected to something ancient, a pre-scientific understanding of the world. Research into archaeoacoustics has shown that specific sound frequencies can induce feelings of fear or awe, and that ancient ritual sites were often built in places with unique sonic properties. It was as if these protocols were the scientific codification of forgotten folklore, a modern translation of ancient warnings. The myths weren't stories, they were field reports, and I was the new man on watch. My first shift in Echo Block was an 8-hour immersion in sensory deprivation. The silence was the first thing that worked its way under my skin. It wasn't the quiet of an empty house. It was an engineered, pressurized void. The recycled air, scrubbed of all scent, hummed at a frequency just below conscious hearing, a low thrum you felt in your teeth. The only other sounds were the soft electronic chime of a system cycling, the whisper of my own uniform, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. This kind of extreme isolation is a known neurotoxin. It's not just a matter of loneliness, it's a physical assault on the brain. Studies on the effects of solitary confinement show that without social interaction and environmental stimulation, neurons can literally shrink, and the hippocampus, the seat of memory and spatial awareness, begins to degrade. I could feel it happening. My thoughts grew loud and circular, my focus drifting. The long, white, featureless corridor seemed to stretch and contract. I was becoming an unreliable witness to my own reality, a classic symptom for a narrator whose perception is being warped by trauma and fear. I sat at the primary console, a bank of monitors displaying the sterile interiors of cells E1 through E8. 7 were empty, their concrete floors and steel bunks rendered in stark monochrome. Only cell E7 was occupied. The camera feed for E7 was different. A persistent, low-resolution static like an old analog television tuned to a dead channel. I could make out a shape, vaguely humanoid, but it was like looking at a figure through a blizzard. Walsh had been cleared. You don't watch the asset in E7, you watch the cell. You watch the telemetry. The asset is a variable we contain, not observe. This was the core of the job's dehumanizing protocol, to treat the being in that cell not as a person, but as a problem in physics, a force to be managed. It was a way of thinking designed to prevent the very moral injury I was trying to escape, yet it felt like a new kind of violation. The first few hours passed in a state of hyper-vigilant boredom. I logged temperature fluctuations, atmospheric pressure shifts, and power grid variances, mundane tasks in a place that felt anything but. Then, the clock on the main display ticked to 03:01:20. I felt a surge of adrenaline, my eyes drawn to the laminated card of rules I'd propped against the console. Rule 3 at 03:00 a.m. All visual monitors will switch to infrared for precisely 90 seconds. Do not look directly at the primary monitor, E7 during this time. Observe only peripherally. Direct observation is a form of engagement. At 03:300, the 8 screens flickered and switched from black and white to the ghostly, thermal palette of infrared. The 7 empty cells glowed with a faint, residual coolness, but the monitor for E7, it was a riot of heat. A figure. now sharply defined, blazed with an internal furnace that painted the screen in shades of white and searing orange. My training screamed at me to look away, but my curiosity was a physical force. I turned my head, focusing on the monitor for E4, keeping E7 in my peripheral vision as the rule dictated. Even from the corner of my eye, the image was deeply unsettling. The asset was tall, impossibly thin, and its limbs seemed to move with a disjointed fluidity that defied anatomy. It wasn't pacing. It was vibrating, a low hum, which I now realized was not coming from the facility's systems, intensified, resonating through the floor. The rule said direct observation was a form of engagement. What did that mean? Was it like the observer effect in quantum physics, where the act of measuring something changes it? Or was it something more esoteric, a principle from a rule book I couldn't begin to comprehend? The 90 seconds felt like an eternity. When the screen switched back to standard monochrome, the hum ceased, and the figure in E7 was once again a vague shape, lost in a snowstorm of static. My hands were shaking. Just as my heart rate began to settle, a new sound emerged. It was faint at first, a high, pitched mewling that seemed to come from the main ventilation, grate high on the wall opposite the cells. Rule Toonie: ignore any sounds resembling infant cries or whispers originating from the central ventilation shaft. They are an auditory lure. The sound grew in volume and clarity, resolving into the unmistakable, desperate cry of a newborn baby. Every paternal instinct in my body fired at once. It was a sound hardwired into the human psyche to demand a response. I thought of the Paiute legends of this land, tales of water babies, malevolent spirits that lured people to their deaths with the sound of crying infants. The facility's founders had clearly encountered this phenomenon and codified it into a security protocol. The cries were punctuated by what sounded like whispers, sibilant and sharp, just at the edge of my hearing. Was this a psychological weapon used by one of the assets? Or was the facility itself haunted, built on ground where ancient warnings were not folklore, but literal truth? I gripped the edge of the console, my knuckles white, forcing myself to stare at the monitors, to log another meaningless temperature variance, to do anything but react to the primal, gut-wrenching sound echoing from the vent. The sound wasn't just a lure, it was a test of my ability to dehumanize myself, to suppress empathy in the name of protocol. The rest of the shift was a slow descent into paranoid speculation. What were these things? The term asset was deliberately sterile, a word used for spies or equipment, but these were living things. The bioluminescent flicker mentioned in Rule 4 suggested creatures from the deep sea, organisms that use light to communicate or hunt in total darkness. Perhaps they were extremophiles, organisms evolved to thrive in conditions no human could survive. The crushing pressure of the abyss, the vacuum of space, or the radioactive heart of a nuclear reactor. This facility, buried deep within the Nevada National Security Site, a place infamous for its secrecy and connection to black projects and UFO conspiracies, was the perfect place to house something not of this world. The stories of Area 51 and recovered alien craft, long dismissed as hoaxes, suddenly felt chillingly plausible. This wasn't a prison. It was a vivarium, a laboratory built around the cages, and we, the guards, were just another layer of containment, as expendable as the concrete walls. The labyrinthine corridors weren't just for disorientation. They were part of a larger symbolic structure, a path leading to a center where the monster was not a myth, but a subject of scientific study. My shift was ending. Walsh's replacement, a grim-faced woman named Anya, arrived with the same air of bone, deep wariness. as I was briefing her on the night's non-events, omitting, as I was sure was the unspoken rule, the infant cries and the thermal anomaly. An alarm chimed softly on the monitor for E7. The food slot at the base of the door had opened, and a metal tray was being pushed out from inside. But it was pushed too far. The edge of the tray slid across the floor and touched the solid red line painted a meter from the cell door. Rule 80. Under no circumstances cross the solid red line painted on the floor before cell E7. This is not a suggestion. This is a boundary of physics. The moment the metal tray made contact with the red paint, reality buckled. It's the only way I can describe it. The air around the line shimmered, distorting like a heat haze. A sound, like a billion glass shards grinding together, erupted from the speakers. So loud I clapped my hands over my ears. The lights in the corridor flickered violently, and the monitor for E7 went completely black. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds. Then, silence. The lights stabilized. The monitor came back online, showing the same blizzard of static. The metal tray was gone. Not pulled back, vanished. In its place, on the pristine white floor, was a black, branching pattern like a Lichtenberg figure, the scar left by a massive electrical discharge. Anya didn't flinch. She simply made a note on her datapad. Log a containment breach, level 0. Trans-dimensional shear. She looked at me, her eyes empty of anything but exhaustion. Your shift is over, Vance. Go get some sleep. You're back on in 16 hours. I walked out of Echo Block, my steps unsteady. The labyrinth had shown me another of its impossible turns. The rules weren't just for our safety. They were the laws of a reality that was bleeding into our own. And the red line was a border not between a cell and a hallway, but between what we know and what we can't possibly imagine. The 16 hours between shifts were not a reprieve. They were a different kind of confinement. My quarters were a sterile cube. Identical to the thousands of others, I imagined honeycombing the earth beneath me. Sleep was a shallow, fractured thing, haunted by the afterimage of the thermal flare in cell E7 and the phantom sound of grinding glass. I'd wake up with my heart pounding, the silence of my room somehow more menacing than the monitored quiet of Echo Block. It was in these hours that the true nature of my isolation began its work. The human brain is not built for this kind of sensory and social vacuum. Without external stimuli, without the complex dance of social interaction, the mind turns inward and begins to feed on itself. My thoughts became a closed loop, replaying the rules, the static on the monitor, Walsh's tired face. My sense of time began to fray. Was it my third shift or my fourth? The lack of sunlight, the constant, recycled air, the monotonous architecture. It was all designed to unmoor me from the world, to make the facility my only reality. This erosion of self was familiar. It was the same hollowing I'd felt after my military service, the signature of moral injury. That wound is a betrayal of one's own moral compass, a sense of profound shame for things done or witnessed. Here, in Persephone, the process was being refined into a science. The rules, the isolation, the deliberate dehumanization of the assets. It was all part of a protocol designed to strip away your identity, to make you a component of the machine. You weren't a person, you were called Sign Echo 7. You didn't have a name, because names have weight. Rule 7. You didn't have a reflection, because reflections are a form of identity, as Rule 5. You were being systematically erased. And the most terrifying part was that a piece of me, the part that craved penance, welcomed the oblivion, was becoming an unreliable narrator of my own life, my perceptions skewed by trauma, fear, and a meticulously engineered environment designed to break the human mind. My next shift began with a terse handover from Anya. She mentioned a minor seismic flutter near E4, but said nothing more. The words hung in the air as I settled into the console chair. The first few hours were a study in manufactured normalcy. I logged the usual data points, the rhythmic pulse of the facility's life support. Then, a flicker of motion on the monitor for cell E4 caught my eye. It wasn't movement, it was light. Rule 40, if a flicker of yellow light is observed in cell E4, log it as a bioluminescent event, and do not approach the cell door for the remainder of your shift. It started as a single, soft point of yellow light, like a distant firefly, but it didn't blink out. It grew, expanding into a complex, shifting pattern of lines and whorls. It was organic, intricate, and utterly alien. It resembled the strange, beautiful light produced by creatures of the abyssal plane, a form of communication evolved for a world of absolute darkness. The light pulsed with a slow, hypnotic rhythm, casting strange, dancing shadows in the empty cell. I typed bioluminescent event E4 Yo299 into the log, my fingers stiff. The rule was clear: log it and stay away. But the light was mesmerizing. It felt like a language, a message being broadcast from a place beyond human comprehension. Was this an extremophile, an organism adapted to survive in some impossible environment, now housed in this concrete box? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Drawn by the silent, luminous display, I stood up and walked slowly toward the observation windows, my steps muffled by the sound-dampening floor. I kept my distance from E7, the red line a stark reminder of a boundary I had no desire to test again. I stopped before the window of E4. The light inside was even more vibrant up close, a swirling galaxy of gold. And then I made the mistake. Lost in the hypnotic display, I leaned forward, my face aligning perfectly with the center of the reinforced glass. For a split second, I saw my own reflection, clear and sharp against the glowing patterns within the cell. Rule 5A. Never allow your reflection to be fully and clearly visible in the observation glass of any occupied cell. Stand at an angle or partially obscure your face. In the instant my reflection became whole, the man in the glass, the other me, smiled. It wasn't my smile. It was wide, predatory, and utterly devoid of humanity. His eyes, my eyes, were black pits of ancient cold. Then, behind my reflection, another shape resolved out of the swirling light. It was tall and emaciated, its limbs too long, its form indistinct, but radiating a palpable malevolence. It reached out a long, skeletal hand and placed it on my reflection's shoulder. The me in the glass didn't flinch. He just kept smiling that terrible, knowing smile. I recoiled, stumbling backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I scrambled back to the console, my breath catching in my throat. I glanced at the monitor for E4. The light was gone. The cell was empty, stark, and silent. There was no record of what I'd seen, no anomaly in the telemetry. It was a ghost in my own machine, a hallucination born of stress and isolation, or something far, far worse. I was seeing things that weren't there. Or perhaps, seeing things that were, through a crack in the wall of my own sanity. I was still trying to steady my breathing when a new light appeared, this one on the communications panel above the monitors. A single, round indicator, previously dark, was now glowing with a calm, steady, impossible blue. Rule 6. If the on-air light above the primary communications panel turns blue, proceed immediately to the designated safe room via the secondary access corridor. Do not wait for confirmation. Do not use the main hallway. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. There was no alarm, no klaxon, just that silent, blue light. Do not wait for confirmation. I pushed back from the console and ran, Not down the main, brightly lit corridor, but toward a small, unmarked door at the far end of the observation stations. Do not use the main hallway. The door opened into a narrow, unlit service tunnel. The air was cold and smelled of damp concrete and ozone. I pulled out my standard issue flashlight, its beam cutting a weak circle in the oppressive darkness. This was the labyrinth made real, the disorienting architecture designed not just to confuse, but to test. The corridor twisted in sharp, illogical angles, a physical manifestation of the facility's warped reality. I could hear something behind me, a faint, wet, dragging sound. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my footsteps echoing in the tight space. After what felt like an eternity of blind turns, I saw it, a heavy steel door with a single word stenciled in white bastion. I threw my weight against it, and it swung inward, revealing a small, windowless room. I stumbled inside and sealed the heavy door behind me, the locking mechanism engaging with a deafening series of clicks. The room was empty save for a single metal bench bolted to the floor and a small ventilation grate in the ceiling. I was safe. But safe from what? The silence in the bastion was different. It was absolute. The low hum of the facility was gone. There was nothing. I sat on the bench, my flashlight beam trembling on the opposite wall. And on that wall, almost invisible, were scratches. Dozens of them. Tally marks, carved into the concrete by a desperate, trembling hand. I counted them. There were hundreds. Underneath them, someone had scratched a single, frantic question. Mausch amdao nam. Time ceased to have meaning in the absolute silence of the bastion. The only sound was the frantic, wet rasp of my own breathing and the frantic thumping of my pulse in my ears. The air was dead and cold, stripped of even the low, omnipresent hum of the facility's life support. It was a true sensory vacuum, the kind of profound isolation known to physically damage the brain, shrinking the very neurons responsible for memory and orientation. My flashlight beam, the only point of light in a universe of concrete and steel, trembled on the far wall, illuminating the desperate scratches. Tally marks. Hundreds of them. A record of someone's slow descent into madness. And beneath them, the question that was now seared into my own mind on Pachik House and Wynam. I finally understood Rule 7. Do not speak your name or the names of other personnel over the internal comms system. Names have weight. This wasn't a piece of operational security to prevent eavesdropping. It was a law of physics for this place, as fundamental as the red line before cell E7. It was a principle rooted in the oldest human traditions, the belief that a name is not just a label, but an anchor, a handle, a point of connection to the soul. The man who carved this question hadn't been asking for information. He was screaming a warning. He had let something know his name, and in doing so, had given it power over him. The rules weren't just a list of procedures. They were a litany of survival, a codification of horrors discovered through trial and, undoubtedly, fatal error. The entire apparatus of Persephone, the isolation, the sterile corridors, the numbered call signs, was a system of enforced dehumanization, designed not just to control the assets, but to make the guards invisible to them. To survive here, you had to become a ghost, a non-entity. You had to erase yourself before something else did it for you. I don't know how long I sat there, huddled on the metal bench. An hour. 3. Eventually, a small green light on the door's internal lock blinked on. The all clear. I unsealed the heavy door and stepped back into the service corridor, the familiar, low hum of the facility rushing back in like a physical presence. The main hallway of Echo Block was pristine, silent, exactly as I had left it. There was no sign of disturbance, No lingering scent of ozone. No trace of whatever had triggered the silent, blue alarm. I checked the shift log on the main console. No anomalies recorded. No system alerts. According to the official record, the last few hours had been utterly uneventful. It was a perfect, seamless denial of my reality. A technique that makes you the most unreliable narrator of all. The one who is telling the truth that no one, not even the world around you, will acknowledge. My shift ended in a haze of exhaustion and dread. As I was heading for the exit, I saw Walsh leaning against a wall in the main artery corridor, his face illuminated by the cold glow of a status screen. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in a decade. On impulse, I broke my own unspoken rule of silent compliance. "Walsh," I said, my voice hoarse. The blue light. What was it? He didn't look at me at first. His eyes were fixed on the screen. "You followed the protocol. That's all that matters." "The man before me," I pressed, the words tumbling out. "The one who was on this shift. The one who carved the tally marks in the bastion. What happened to him?" Walsh finally turned to look at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something beyond fatigue in his eyes. It was a deep, resonant grief. "He got careless," Walsh said, his voice barely a whisper. "He started to think of the asset in E7 as a person. He started talking to it. He used his name. He thought if he could understand it, he could connect with it." Walsh took a step closer, his voice dropping even lower. "That blue light isn't a physical alarm, Vance. It's not a containment breach. It's a resonance alarm. It means something in here is trying to broadcast on a frequency we don't understand. It's reaching out, and it uses whatever it can find as an antenna. Names, memories, guilt." He paused, the silence stretching between us. "The man before you gave it an antenna. He gave it his name. He gave it a way to see him." I walked back to my quarters, Walsh's words echoing in the sterile hallways. The facility wasn't just a prison. It was a shield. A dam holding back a flood of something that wasn't merely hostile, but cognitively toxic. The assets weren't just creatures. They were concepts, living ideas that could infect a mind as surely as a virus could infect a cell. The labyrinth wasn't the building's disorienting layout. It was a metaphor for the journey into the self, a path of individuation. But here, the path was inverted. The goal wasn't to find your center, to become whole. The goal was to dismantle yourself, to shed every piece of your identity, your name, your reflection, your past, until you were nothing but a function, a pair of eyes watching a screen, too smooth and empty for the resonance to find a purchase. This was the true, ultimate moral injury of Persephone. It wasn't about what you were forced to do to others, but what you were forced to do to yourself. To survive, you had to systematically kill your own soul, to become the very hollow man I had been running from. The irony was a physical weight, a crushing pressure in my chest. I had come to this place seeking penance for the ghosts of my past, only to find myself in a place that fed on them. My next shift felt different. I was no longer just a guard following a set of bizarre rules. I was a monk performing a sacred, terrifying rite. I was a firewall, consciously blanking my mind, focusing only on the telemetry, the numbers, the data streams. I was nothing. A ghost in the machine. I sat at the console, my eyes scanning the bank of monitors. E1, empty. E2, empty. I cycled through them, a mindless, repetitive task. Then I came to E7. The screen was the same blizzard of low, resolution static it had always been. But my perception had changed. I wasn't just seeing random noise anymore. I was seeing the ghost of a signal within it. A pattern. An intelligence. Direct observation is a form of engagement. The words echoed in my mind. The asset in E7 wasn't just contained. It was listening. It was always listening. It was sifting through the electromagnetic noise of the facility, searching for a signal, for a mind to latch onto. It had found one in my predecessor, and now, I realized with a surge of ice, cold terror, it had found another in me. It had been listening to the echoes of my thoughts, the ghosts of my moral injury, the memories I had tried to bury in this desert tomb. The static on the monitor for E7 wavered, the random noise seeming to coalesce. For a single, impossible second, the image resolved with perfect clarity. It was not the face of a monster, not some alien creature. It was the face of a young man from a dusty village half a world away, a face from a memory I had replayed 1,000 times in my darkest hours. A face that was the source of the wound on my soul, and he was smiling. It was the same wide, predatory, knowing smile I had seen on my own reflection in the glass of cell E4. The internal comm speaker, silent for my entire tenure, crackled. It wasn't a voice. It was a sound. The specific, unique chime of a wind-up toy soldier I had given my younger brother decades ago. A sound no one else in this facility could possibly know. The sound played for 3 seconds, then stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, and into that silence, a single word was spoken. It was my own voice, perfectly replicated, but devoid of all life, all warmth. It was the voice of a ghost.
Elias.
My name is Leo Maxwell, and to say that my arrival in the sleepy, unincorporated corner of rural Arkansas was a matter of choice would be a gross overstatement. It was, to be more precise, a retreat born of desperation, a final, sputtering gasp of a life that had unraveled with spectacular speed. Back in the city, a mountain of debt, a recently vacated apartment, and a relationship that had imploded like a dying star had left me with little more than a beat-up 2004 sedan and the dregs of my savings account. So I drove. I drove without a destination, propelled by shame and a vague notion of heading south, where the cost of living might be kinder. I ended up in the Ozarks, a place where the forests are thick and the towns are small, separated by long, winding roads that seem to swallow the sunlight. The money was nearly gone when I saw it, tucked off a 2-lane highway, miles from anything that could be generously called a town, was a small standalone diner. It was a relic from another era, with a long, low profile, wide plate, glass windows, and a neon sign that simply read, "Eat," a buzzing electric blue. A smaller, hand-painted sign taped to the front door said, "Help wanted night. Shift." It felt like a lifeline. The air was thick with the humidity of a southern summer evening, and the chorus of cicadas was a constant, high-pitched thrum in the background. The surrounding woods were a wall of darkness, a mix of towering pines and ancient gnarled oaks that seemed to press in on the small circle of light cast by the diner. I pushed open the glass door, a small bell tinkling merrily above me, a sound completely at odds with the oppressive isolation of the location. The inside was exactly what you'd expect. Red vinyl booths, a long formica countertop with chrome-rimmed stools, and the mingled smells of stale coffee, frying bacon, and industrial strength cleaner. An old man with a kind, wrinkled face and a shock of white hair was wiping down the counter. He wore a faded flannel shirt, and he looked up at me with pale, watery blue eyes. "Can I help you, son?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. I saw the sign, I said, gesturing back toward the door. For the night shift. He stopped wiping and gave me a long, appraising look. It wasn't unfriendly, but it was thorough, as if he were measuring my worth in some way I couldn't understand. You got any experience? I've waited tables, worked in a kitchen back in college. It was true, even if it was a decade ago. Night shift's quiet, he said, folding his rag and placing it under the counter. Real quiet, just me and you mostly. I'm Silas. I own the place. He extended a calloused hand, and I shook it. His grip was surprisingly firm. You need the work. Yes, sir. Badly. That's the best qualification there is, he said with a slight smile. Job's simple. Keep the coffee fresh, serve anyone who comes in, and clean up for the morning crew. Pay's not great, but it's steady. You'll get your meals free, too. The last fella, he had to leave. Family emergency. He said it quickly, his eyes flicking away for just a second before returning to mine. A flicker of something, unease, maybe, passed over his face, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. I can start tonight, if you need, I said, eager to lock it down. Silas nodded slowly. All right, son. The job's yours. He came around the counter and led me back toward the kitchen. There's just one thing. This old place, it's got its quirks. Been here a long time. Things get a little strange out here in the middle of nowhere. Especially at night. He stopped by the kitchen swinging door and pointed to a small, laminated card hanging from a nail. It was yellowed with age, the typewritten text faded but still legible. These are the rules, he said, his voice dropping a little. The old-timers who built this place, they had their superstitions. The folks who worked here after them, they added their own. I find it's best to just follow the list. Keeps things running smooth. I leaned in to read it, a smile tugging at my lips. I figured it was some kind of hazing ritual for the new guy, a local tradition, to see if the city kid was gullible. The list read, I work the night shift at a diner in rural Arkansas. We have rules. 1 T10 at the stroke of midnight. You must brew a fresh pot of coffee. Pour 1 cup into a black mug and leave it on the far end of the counter. You will not serve this cup to anyone. The morning shift will dispose of it. 2. The radio in the kitchen must always be playing. It doesn't matter what station, but it can never be silent. If the music stops for any reason, turn it back on immediately. 3. If a man in an old-fashioned, dark suit comes in and orders a slice of apple pie, you must serve it to him with a glass of water. Not coffee. He will pay with a silver dollar. Do not put the coin in the register. Place it in the small wooden box under the counter. 4. The walk-in freezer door must be locked between 300 a.m. and 3:15 a.m. Do not open it for any reason during this time, no matter what you hear. 5. If the lights flicker once, it's just the old wiring. If they flicker twice in a row, lock the front door immediately and do not open it for anyone until sunrise, even if they look like a customer in distress. 6. If you hear 3 slow knocks on the back delivery door, ignore them. Do not look. Do not answer. Do not even acknowledge the sound. They will go away. 7. Never take salt out of the diner. You can use as much as you need here, but none of it leaves the building. 8. There is a horseshoe nailed above the main entrance. If it is ever hanging upside down, leave immediately. Do not finish your shift. Just go. I finished reading and turned to Silas, chuckling. All right, you got me. Is this for real? His kind expression had vanished. His face was grim, his eyes serious. A's real as a heart attack, son. He said quietly. I don't know the why of all of them. I just know this diner's been here for 70 years. And it'll be here for 70 more if the rules are followed. Don't be a hero. Don't be a skeptic. Just do your job and follow the list. He clapped me on the shoulder, the friendly gesture feeling more like a warning. Your shift starts now. I'll be in the back doing inventory if you need anything. For a little while, anyway. The first few hours were mind-numbingly dull. The highway outside was a ribbon of black, with only the occasional pair of headlights slicing through the darkness before disappearing again. I cleaned the coffee machine, restocked the napkin dispensers, and wiped down tables that were already clean. The only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator and the tinny sound of a country music station playing from the small radio in the kitchen, as per Rule Fate 2. At midnight, feeling foolish, I'd brewed a fresh pot of coffee. I poured a cup into the one solid, black mug I found on the shelf and placed it at the far end of the counter, just as Rule 51 instructed. It sat there steaming, a silent, absurd offering to an empty room. The hours crawled by. 200 a.m. came and went. I read an old newspaper I found under the counter. Every article about local politics and high school. Football feeling like a dispatch from another world. The silence of the place began to work on me. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, expectant. The darkness outside the windows wasn't just an absence of light. It felt like a presence. A living thing watching the brightly lit diner, this lonely island of warmth and life. At 5 minutes to 3, I remembered Rule 84. I walked over to the heavy, stainless steel door of the walk-in freezer and slid the thick bolt lock into place. It felt ridiculous. I was a grown man, locking a freezer because a piece of paper told me to. Still, Silas's grim expression stuck with me. I was in the kitchen, washing a few dishes when I heard it. It was faint at first, coming from the back of the diner. Knock. I froze, the soapy plate slipping in my hand. Knock. It was slower this time, more deliberate. It was coming from the rear delivery door. Knock. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird beating against the cage of my bones. It's a raccoon. I told myself, my mind scrambling for purchase on the slippery cliff of reason. It's a prank by some local kids. It's Silas checking up on me. But the sound had a quality of intention that defied any rational explanation. It was patient, methodical. I stood there in the sterile, fluorescent light of the kitchen, every muscle tensed, listening. The tinny country music from the radio suddenly felt thin and useless. A flimsy shield against the profound silence that had fallen outside. I waited for a voice, for the sound of footsteps walking away, for anything. But there was only the hum of the refrigerator and the frantic thumping in my own chest. The knocks did not come again. Slowly, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I finished washing the plate, my hands trembling slightly. I walked out of the kitchen and back into the main dining area. The diner was empty, a brightly lit sanctuary against a sea of absolute blackness. I looked again at the laminated card, its edges curled with age. The typewritten letters seemed to stare back at me, no longer a joke, but a set of instructions for survival. I was no longer sure the list was a prank. And as I stood there, alone in the heart of the Ozarks, a chilling certainty began to dawn. I was not the only one working the night shift. My eyes drifted to the front door, and above it, the horseshoe. Rule Fate 8. I squinted, confirming its U shape was still pointed upwards. A rusty smile meant to catch luck and ward off evil. In folklore, iron was a barrier against the things that lurked in the dark, a symbol of man's world pushing back against the supernatural. Seeing it in place offered a sliver of comfort, however irrational. I felt a sudden, strange kinship with the long-dead person who had hammered it there. They must have heard the knocks, too. The next hour was a new kind of torment. The previous boredom was gone, replaced by a hyper-vigilant anxiety. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves in the wind outside, sent a jolt through my system. I busied myself with meaningless tasks, wiping down an already spotless counter, rearranging the salt and pepper shakers. Anything to keep my hands moving and my mind from spiraling. I noticed how full the salt shakers were, and for a moment, I thought of Rule 57A, never take salt out of the diner. Salt, another ancient ward against evil, a symbol of purity. This place wasn't just a diner. It was a fortress, armed with the superstitions of generations. It was just after 4 a.m. when the headlights appeared. Two perfect circles of white emerging from the oppressive darkness of the highway. They slowed, turning into the parking lot. My relief at the prospect of a human customer was immediately crushed by a wave of dread. I watched as a car, a long, black sedan that looked decades old, that was immaculately preserved, rolled to a silent stop. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out. He was tall and unnaturally thin, dressed in a dark, old-fashioned suit that seemed to absorb the already faint light. He moved with a stiff, deliberate grace, his feet making no sound on the gravel as he approached the diner. The bell above the door tinkled, a cheerful, incongruous sound in the tense silence. He slid onto a stool at the counter, not in one of the more comfortable booths. He placed his hands, pale and slender, on the formica. He didn't look at the menu hanging on the wall. His eyes, dark and empty, found mine. "Good morning," I managed, my voice sounding strained. "Coffee?" "No," he said. His voice was flat, devoid of any accent or emotion. "I will have a slice of the apple pie." The words hit me like a physical blow. Rule Fate 3. If a man in an old-fashioned, dark suit comes and orders a slice of apple pie, you must serve it to him with a glass of water, not coffee. My mind raced. This was it. This was a test. Of course, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. And to drink. I had to be sure. Water? He confirmed, his gaze unwavering. No ice. I turned away, my back to him. And the feeling of his eyes on me was like a physical weight. I took a deep breath. My hands shook as I cut a slice of pie from the dish under the glass dome. It looked so normal, so mundane. I placed it on a plate and filled a glass with water from the tap. When I turned back, he hadn't moved a muscle. He was like a photograph. I set the plate and glass down in front of him. Here you go. He didn't reply. He simply picked up his fork and began to eat. He ate with a strange, precise economy of motion, never taking his eyes off his plate. The diner was silent save for the soft, wet sound of him eating and the faint crackle of the radio from the kitchen. I stood behind the counter, pretending to wipe down the espresso machine, my entire being focused on the man. The air was thick with a tension that felt ancient and unknowable. When he was finished, he set the fork down neatly on the empty plate. He reached into his suit jacket and produced a single coin, placing it on the counter. It was a silver dollar, large and heavy, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. It wasn't a modern presidential dollar. It looked like an old Morgan or peace dollar, something minted a century ago. That should cover it, he said, his voice as empty as before. He stood, turned, and walked out. The bell tinkled his departure. I watched as his vintage car started without a sound and pulled back onto the highway, its red taillights shrinking into the darkness until they were gone. I was alone again, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I stared at the silver dollar. It was real. I picked it up. It was colder than it should have been. A deep, unnatural cold that seemed to leach the warmth from my fingertips. I remembered the rest of the rule. Do not put the coin in the register. Place it in the small wooden box under the counter. My hands trembling, I knelt and found the box. It was simple, unadorned, made of dark wood. The lid wasn't locked. I slid it open. Inside, nestled on a bed of worn red velvet, were dozens of other silver dollars. Some were tarnished to a near black. Others still held a faint luster, but they were all the same type of old, heavy coin. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't a new rule. This transaction had been happening for years. Decades, maybe. How many night shift workers had stood where I stood, serving pie to that thing? I dropped the new coin in with the others and slid the box shut. I needed to get a grip. The sun would be up soon. I just had to make it to sunrise. That's when the lights flickered. They went out for a split second, plunging the diner into absolute blackness before humming back to life. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Rule 5. If the lights flicker once, it's just the old wiring. My breath hitched in my throat. I waited, praying it was just that. The old wiring. Please, just be the wiring. A beat of silence. Then another. I started to breathe again. Then they flickered again. Off. A quick, sharp pulse of darkness. Twice if they flicker twice in a row. Lock the front door immediately. And do not open it for anyone until sunrise, even if they look like a customer in distress. Panic, pure and primal, shot through me. I didn't hesitate. I lunged from behind the counter, my feet nearly slipping on the checkered linoleum. I reached the front door and slammed the heavy deadbolt home. The sound was like a gunshot in the silent diner. My back pressed against the door, I stared wildly around the empty room, my chest heaving. What now? I crept to the wide plate, glass window next to the door, my heart in my throat. I peered out into the cone of light cast by the big E8 sign. The parking lot was empty. The highway was a desolate ribbon of black. The woods across the road were an impenetrable wall. There was nothing. I felt a surge of relief, thinking maybe I had overreacted. Maybe the rule was just a precaution. And then I saw her. At the very edge of the light, where the gravel shoulder of the road met the encroaching darkness, a figure stood. It was a woman, I thought. She was hunched over, holding her arm as if it were broken. She took a stumbling step forward, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her face was pale, a white smear in the gloom, her expression a mask of what looked like agony. She lifted her head, and her eyes seemed to find mine through the glass. She raised her free hand, not in a wave, but in a desperate, beckoning gesture. A customer in distress. The words of the rule screamed in my mind, a frantic, silent alarm. But my every instinct, every shred of humanity I had left, screamed back. She was hurt. She needed help. I stood there, frozen, my hand on the cold brass of the locked door, caught between the terrifying, inexplicable rules of the diner and the sight of a person who might be dying just a few feet away. My hand was on the deadbolt, the cold metal a stark contrast to my sweat-slicked palm. Outside, framed in the lonely pool of light cast by the neon sign, the woman crumpled on the gravel looked up at me. Her face was a mask of agony, her body twisted as if in unimaginable pain. Every decent instinct I possessed screamed at me to throw the bolt, to rush outside and help her. This was a human being in distress. The rules, the strange events of the night, they were just stories, superstitions. This was real. But Silas's face, grim and serious, swam in my memory. As real as a heart attack. Son. The cold weight of the silver dollar in the box under the counter. The patient, deliberate knocks on the back door. The flickering lights. The rules hadn't been wrong yet. And Rule 25 was chillingly specific. Oh, do not open it for anyone until sunrise, even if they look like a customer in distress. I was paralyzed, caught in a tug of war between my conscience and a primal fear. I was only just beginning to understand. The woman took another stumbling step toward the diner, her good hand outstretched in a desperate plea. Please. Her voice was a thin, reedy whisper that barely carried through the thick plate glass. Help me. He's still out there. Her words sent a fresh spike of ice through my veins. He. I scanned the darkness behind her, the impenetrable wall of pine and oak trees that lined the highway. The woods were silent still. There was nothing there. My eyes snapped back to her, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't her arm she was holding. It was her wrist, and her hand was dangling at an impossible angle, her fingers brushing against her own elbow. A grotesque, broken marionette posture that no human anatomy could permit. My breath caught in my throat. It was a trick. It had to be a trick of the light, a distortion caused by the glass. But as she shuffled closer, her movements became less like an injured person and more like something poorly imitating one. Her gait was jerky, her feet dragging through the gravel with a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. She reached the window, pressing her face against the glass. Now only inches away, I could see her clearly. Her skin was waxy and pale, stretched tight over her skull. Her eyes, which had seemed wide with pain from a distance, were black, bottomless pits, devoid of any light or emotion. The expression of agony was a painted-on mask, and the paint was cracking. "Let me in," she rasped, the sound no longer a whisper, but a dry, guttural command. Her free hand came up and flattened against the glass. It wasn't a plea anymore. It was a demand. I stumbled back from the door, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. My decision was made. The rules were not superstitions. They were armor. This diner, with its salt shakers and its horseshoe, was a fortress, and I had just been ordered to man the walls. I shook my head, my whole body trembling, and mouthed the word, "No." For a moment, she just stared, her black eyes fixed on mine. Then, the mask of pain on her face didn't just crack. It melted. Her features seemed to slide, to lose their cohesion. The corners of her mouth stretched impossibly wide, pulling back from gums that were black and rotten. Her jaw unhinged with a series of wet, popping sounds, opening far wider than any humans could. A shriek tore from her throat, a sound of grinding metal and tearing flesh that vibrated through the soles of my feet. It was a sound of pure, undiluted hatred. She slammed her misshapen hand against the glass, not with a fleshy thud, but with a sharp crack like stone hitting stone. For a split second, I saw her fingers elongate, the nails darkening into jagged black talons that scraped against the window. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. She didn't run. She was simply consumed by the darkness, vanishing from the edge of the light, as if she had been an illusion all along. I was left alone in the ringing silence, my back pressed hard against the cool vinyl of a booth, my lungs burning. The only sounds were the frantic thumping of my own heart and the low hum of the coolers. I stared at the window, half expecting to see a crack in the glass, but it was pristine. There was no evidence she had ever been there. My legs felt like water, but I forced myself to move. I did a slow, terrified circuit of the dining room, peering out each window into the oppressive, watchful night. Nothing. The parking lot was empty. The highway was a desolate ribbon of asphalt. The only movement was the gentle sway of the pine trees in the slight breeze. I felt a strange, hollow victory. I had followed the rule. I had survived. But the sun was still hours away, and the certainty that I was being hunted had now settled deep into my bones. The diner no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a cage, and the predators were circling. It was then that I noticed the silence, the real silence, the country music, the constant, tinny companion that had been playing from the kitchen radio all night was gone. Rule Fight 2A. The radio in the kitchen must always be playing. It doesn't matter what station, but it can never be silent. If the music stops for any reason, turn it back on immediately. A new, cold dread washed over me, eclipsing the terror of the woman at the window. The kitchen. I had to go back into the kitchen. The short walk from the dining area, past the counter, and through the swinging door, suddenly felt like a journey across a vast, dangerous plain. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe in my peripheral vision. The mundane shapes of the coffee makers and milkshake machines took on monstrous silhouettes. I pushed through the door into the kitchen's sterile, fluorescent glare. The little silver radio on the steel prep table was dead. I reached for it, my hand shaking so badly it took me 2 tries to grab the dial. I twisted it frantically. Nothing but static. A harsh, whispering sound that seemed to mock the silence. I kept turning, past dead air, past more static, until finally, I found a voice. It was a late night preacher, his voice a low, passionate rumble, talking about fire and damnation. It wasn't music, but it wasn't silence. It would have to do. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I leaned against the counter, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I had done it. I had followed the rules. That's when I heard it. It was a soft sound coming from behind me, a faint, wet, scraping noise. Scrape, pause. Scrape. My blood ran cold. I turned. Slowly, my eyes locking onto the heavy, stainless steel door of the walk-in freezer. The door I had bolted shut nearly 2 hours ago, as per Rule 84. The sound was coming from inside. I stood frozen. Every muscle locked. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was thick, heavy, and full of anticipation. I strained my ears, listening for anything. A voice, a footstep, the sound of the thing at the window returning. Then, from the other side of that thick, bolted steel door, a new sound drifted into the kitchen. It was soft, clear, and utterly out of place. It was the sound of a child, giggling. The sound was so utterly alien to the horrors of the night that it reset my terror completely. It wasn't a shriek, a growl, or a scrape. It was a child's giggle, soft and clear, drifting from the other side of the thick, bolted steel door of the walk-in freezer. My mind refused to process it. A child. Here, locked in a freezer. It was impossible. It was a violation of every kind of logic. I stood frozen, my hand still on the dial of the now preaching radio. The scraping had been a prelude, a crude attempt at fear. This was something else entirely. This was sophisticated. It was a sound engineered to bypass every rational defense and strike directly at the heart of human instinct. The woman at the window had been a test of my resolve. This was a test of my soul. Let me out. A small voice whispered from behind the door, the words muffled but clear. It's so cold in here. I felt a visceral, wrenching pull in my gut. My mind screamed trap, but my body wanted to move. To unbolt the door, to save the child. This was the most insidious attack yet. It wasn't a monster showing its fangs. It was a monster hiding behind the most innocent face imaginable. The previous entities had been overt threats, but this one was trying to make me the instrument of my own damnation. By following the rules, I had so far been a passive observer to the horror. This thing was trying to make me an active participant. I took a shaky step back, my eyes wide, fixed on the heavy steel door. The giggling started again, a little louder this time, a little more insistent. I thought of the rules, my mind frantically flipping through the laminated card in my memory. Rule 24 had been specific: lock the door between 300 a.m. and 3:15 a.m. It said nothing about what to do if something was already inside. It said nothing about what to do after 3:15 a.m. Was the danger over? Or was the rule simply to ensure the thing was trapped inside with me for the rest of the night? The silence from the dining room felt different now. It wasn't empty. It was watchful. I was caught between 2 points of a closing vise. The thing in the freezer behind me, and the memory of the thing at the window in front of me. The diner, this brightly lit island, had become a cage. A sudden, loud clatter from the main dining room made me jump so violently I nearly screamed. It was the sound of metal hitting the floor. My head whipped around, and I peered through the small, circular window of the swinging kitchen door. One of the chrome, rimmed stools at the far end of the counter, the one nearest the black mug of coffee I'd left for no one, had toppled over. It lay on its side on the checkered floor, rocking slightly. No one had touched it. That was it. The final straw. Something had changed. The passive observation was over. The barrier, whatever it was, felt thinner. I had a sudden, desperate urge to check the final rule, the one that felt like the ultimate failsafe. Rule Fate 8. There is a horseshoe nailed above the main entrance. If it is ever hanging upside down, leave immediately. Do not finish your shift. Just go. I had to see it. I had to know. Leaving the giggling child locked in the freezer felt like a sin, but opening it felt like suicide. I chose the third option. I fled the kitchen. I moved through the swinging door and into the dining room, my steps feeling loud and clumsy in the heavy silence. The fallen stool lay like a casualty of some unseen struggle. The black mug of coffee was still there, untouched, its contents now cold. My eyes were locked on the front door at the far end of the room. The walk towards it was the longest of my life. Every shadow seemed to writhe. The red vinyl of the booths looked like drying blood in the humming fluorescent light. The air was thick, electric, buzzing with a malevolent energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I could feel unseen eyes following my every step. I reached the door, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to know what might be waiting in the darkness. My gaze traveled upwards, to the space above the doorframe, where Silas had pointed out the old, rusty horseshoe. It was hanging upside down. The U shape that was meant to catch luck and ward off evil was inverted, spilling its unseen contents onto the floor. The ward was broken. The fortress had fallen. The final rule was now active. Leave immediately. There was no room for doubt, no time for skepticism. The command was absolute. For a moment I was paralyzed by a fear, so profound it was almost sublime. Then, the survival instinct kicked in, a jolt of pure adrenaline that shattered the paralysis. I didn't think. I acted. My hands, clumsy and shaking, fumbled for the deadbolt I had thrown hours before. The sound of the bolt sliding back was like a thunderclap, a declaration of my retreat. I twisted the knob, yanked the door open, and plunged into the humid night air. The world outside was no longer a sea of darkness. It was a path to escape. I didn't look back. I sprinted across the gravel parking lot, the stones crunching loudly under my feet. I half expected a clawed hand to grab my shoulder, to hear that metallic shriek from the woman at the window, or the innocent giggle of the child from the freezer, now right behind me. I reached my beat-up setting, my fingers fumbling with the keys. The lock clicked open. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands shook so violently it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a reassuring roar. I slammed the car into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator. The tires squealed on the asphalt as I peeled out of the parking lot and onto the empty 2-lane highway. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I fixed my eyes on the road ahead, a black ribbon disappearing into the endless forest. I drove. I drove with a frantic, desperate energy, pushing the old car faster than it was ever meant to go. The towering pines and ancient oaks that lined the road were no longer just trees. They were silent, looming witnesses that seemed to lean in, their branches like grasping arms. Every shadow on the road was a lurking figure. Every rustle of leaves was the sound of pursuit. I don't know how long I drove. An hour, maybe 2. I just drove south, away from that place, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Then I saw it. A faint, pale line of gray on the eastern horizon. As the sky slowly brightened from black to charcoal to a soft, bruised purple, the terror began to recede, replaced by a hollow, trembling exhaustion. The sun rose, casting long shadows across the road and painting the Arkansas landscape in the gentle colors of a new day. It was over. I had survived the night. I am writing this from a motel room 2 states away. I never went back. I didn't call Silas. I left everything I owned in that small apartment I had rented. It doesn't matter. None of it does. I have a little money, enough to keep moving. I know I can never stop. Because I followed the rules, I survived. But I also know what happens when the rules fail. I saw the horseshoe. The protection is gone. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that the things that work the night shift at that lonely diner in rural Arkansas are no longer content to stay there. They are out, and they are looking for the one that got away. My name is Samuel O'Connell. I feel it is important to state that plainly, to anchor myself to the person I was before I came here. Names have power, and I find myself clinging to mine as a man overboard might cling to a piece of driftwood. I am 24 years old, and I hold a master's degree in library and information science from the University of Toronto. I chose that field for its quiet, its sense of order. I find profound comfort in the Dewey Decimal System, in the logical arrangement of human knowledge into a coherent, accessible structure. Everything has a place, and there is a system for finding it. My life, until recently, was governed by this love for rational, predictable systems. That life ended 3 months ago. My mother, a woman who raised me on her own with a fierce and boundless love, was diagnosed with a particularly aggressive, fast-acting variant of motor neuron disease. The doctors used terms like rapidly degenerative and no known cure. There was, however, an experimental treatment protocol being trialed in the United States. It was not a cure, but it offered a chance, a slim, astronomically expensive chance, to slow the disease's relentless march. It was, of course, not covered by our provincial health plan. I liquidated every asset I had. I sold my car, my collection of first edition books that I had so carefully curated, and cashed in the bonds my grandparents had left for me. I started online fundraisers and pleaded with distant relatives. It was a drop in an ocean of debt. The initial cost for the treatment was a figure so large it seemed abstract, unreal. I was faced with a simple, brutal equation without a significant, immediate infusion of cash. My mother would die. The systematic, logical world I had built for myself crumbled into dust, replaced by the singular, desperate need to defy that outcome. It was in this state of mind, scrolling through the dregs of the internet at 3 in the morning, that I found it. The job posting was on a website that looked like a relic from the dial-up era, a stark, text-only page for something called Remote Hospitality and Caretaking. The listing was for a night manager, the Pine Tree Rest Motel. The location was vague, somewhere deep in the unorganized territories of northern Ontario. The duties were standard guest check-in, light maintenance, nightly security. But the salary was anything but standard. It was an impossible number, paid weekly, in cash. Accommodation was included. It felt like a scam, a lure for human trafficking, or worse. But when I looked at the most recent photo of my mother, her hand trembling as she tried to lift a teacup, I knew I had no other choice. I filled out the application. I received a response within the hour. It was an email instructing me to be available for a phone call the following day. No specific time was given, just an assurance that they would call when it was opportune. The call came the next afternoon. There was no sound of ringing, just a sudden, faint click and a voice on the line, as if he had been listening the entire time. "Mr. O'Connell." The voice was male, cultured, and unnervingly calm. It was a voice that seemed polished smooth, with no emotional texture whatsoever. It was like listening to a synthesized voice trying to perfectly mimic a human one. "Yes, this is he." I managed my own voice tight with anxiety. "This is Mr. Sterling," the voice said. "I am calling regarding your application for the position at the Pine Tree Rest." I waited for the standard interview questions. My experience, my skills, my references. None came. Instead, there was a long pause, filled only with a faint, whispering static on the line. "Mr. O'Connell." He began again, his tone unchanged. "Do you believe that some places, like some people, have a right to their privacy?" The question caught me completely off guard. I suppose so." "Yes." "And are you capable of following instructions to the letter, Mr. O'Connell? Even if those instructions seem counter-intuitive or lack an immediate, discernible logic?" This was the core of it. This was the real interview. My desperation gave me the answer he needed. My personal feelings about a task are relevant. If I am given instructions, I will follow them. Exactly. Another pause, longer this time. The static on the line seemed to deepen, to form itself into faint, sibilant whispers just at the edge of my hearing. "Very good," Mr. Sterling said finally. "The position is yours. A contract will be delivered to your email address momentarily. It is a simple document. It stipulates your salary and your primary duty, which is absolute adherence to the Manager's Protocol. A list of these protocols will be provided for you on site. Your first week's pay will be waiting for you as well. We expect your arrival within 48 hours. Before I could ask a single question, the line went dead. A moment later, an email appeared in my inbox. The contract was a single page, as he'd said. It was Spartan, almost crude, but legally binding. It mentioned the salary, the accommodation, and a single, heavily bolded clause. The employee agrees to follow the manager's protocol. The standing orders without deviation or question. Violation of the protocol will result in immediate termination of this agreement and forfeiture of all compensation. I signed it electronically and sent it back. I packed a single suitcase, visited my mother in the care facility, and lied to her. I told her I'd found a high-paying archivist job for a private collector in the north. That I'd be out of contact for a while, but would send money. The look of relief on her face was all I needed to silence the screaming alarms in my own head. The drive north was a journey of erasure. First, the sprawling suburbs of Toronto gave way to farmland, then to the rugged granite and dense forests of the Canadian Shield. The 4-lane highway narrowed to 2, then to a single, winding strip of asphalt that seemed to be slowly surrendering to the encroaching wilderness. My phone's signal bars dwindled one by one until the "no service" icon appeared, a definitive digital severing. I was alone. The sheer, oppressive emptiness of the landscape was breathtaking and terrifying. The sky was a vast, indifferent gray canvas, and the endless walls of pine trees on either side of the road felt less like scenery and more like silent, watching sentinels. After 6 hours of driving, following the crude map provided in the email, I saw it. The Pine Tree Rest. It wasn't the dilapidated horror movie shack I had half expected. It was a classic 1970s era motor lodge, a single-story L-shaped building with 12 rooms and a small, detached office at the front. What was unsettling was its condition. It was immaculate. The white paint on the walls was pristine. The dark green trim on the doors and windows looked freshly applied. The gravel of the parking lot was raked into smooth, even lines. There were no weeds, no peeling paint, no signs of decay. This level of maintenance in such a remote location felt profoundly wrong. An unnatural imposition of order on a place that should be succumbing to entropy. The air was heavy and still, thick with the clean, sharp scent of pine and something else underneath it, a cold, sterile smell like ozone after a lightning strike. The office door was unlocked. Inside, the sense of unnatural cleanliness continued. The linoleum floor shone. The wood-paneled walls were dust-free, and the countertop was polished to a dull gleam. On that counter sat 3 items: a single, old-fashioned brass key for the manager's quarters behind the office, a thick, crisp manila envelope with my name on it, and a single, white laminated card. I opened the envelope first. Inside was the exact amount of cash promised for a week's salary, all in crisp, new $100 bills. The sheer reality of the money was a balm to my frayed nerves. This was real. I could help my mother. Whatever strangeness came with it, I could endure it for this. Then, I picked up the laminated card. It was titled in stark black block letters. Manager's Protocol, the Standing Orders 1. All cleaning and maintenance of vacant rooms must be completed between sunrise and sunset. No exceptions. 2. The front office door must be locked at precisely 1100 p.m. It cannot be opened for any reason until sunrise. 3. The television in the office must remain on from midnight until 400 a.m., tuned to a static channel. Do not lower the volume below a noticeable hum. 4. If a guest requests room 7, do not make eye contact. Accept their payment without examination, provide the key, and say nothing more than, "Enjoy your stay." Lock the office door immediately after they leave. 5. You will find a thermos of black coffee on the desk each morning. You must drink all of it before noon. Do not attempt to learn who delivers it. 6. Never under any circumstances enter the locked maintenance shed behind room 12. I read the list 3 times. My logical, librarian, trained mind immediately began searching for rational explanations. An eccentric owner, perhaps. A long-running prank played on new hires. The rules were bizarre, certainly, but not overtly threatening. They were tasks, instructions, and I had promised Mr. Sterling I could follow instructions. My first night was quiet. I settled into the small apartment behind the office, which was as clean and Spartan as the rest of the motel. I performed the mundane tasks of a manager, checking the boiler in the basement, ensuring the vacant rooms were clean and stocked. The silence of the place was absolute, broken only by the wind sighing through the towering pines. As midnight approached, I followed Rule 3, turning on the small television in the office and tuning it to a channel of hissing, dancing static. The low hum filled the small space, a strange, electronic heartbeat in the deep wilderness. I locked the front door at exactly 1100 p.m. I was trying to convince myself it was all a game when the headlights cut through the darkness. A car, a vintage model I couldn't quite place, long and black like a hearse, crunched slowly across the gravel and parked directly in front of the office. A figure emerged. A man, tall and unnaturally thin, dressed in a dark, old-fashioned suit that seemed to absorb the faint light from the office window. He walked to the door and knocked. A single, sharp rap. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was after 1100 p.m. Rule 2 was clear. But he wasn't asking to come in. He was standing at the check-in window, a small sliding glass pane set into the wall. I took a deep breath, stood up, and slid the window open. "Room 7, the man said. His voice was a dry, rasping whisper, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Rule 4 slammed into the forefront of my mind. Do not make eye contact. I stared intently at the countertop, my gaze fixed on a small knot in the wood grain. I saw his hand slide into view, long and pale, with fingers that seemed just a little too long. He placed something on the counter. I took the key for room 7 from its hook, slid it across the counter towards his hand, and recited the line from the protocol. "Enjoy your stay." His hand retracted, taking the key. He said nothing. I watched his shadowy form turn and walk away, his steps making no sound on the gravel. The moment he was clear of the office, I slammed the sliding window shut and locked it. Then, as per the rule, I double-checked the main office door's lock. My hands were shaking. A profound, bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the night air washed over me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the hum of the static and the frantic beating of my own heart. Curiosity is a powerful, dangerous thing. My mind screamed at me to leave it alone, to just sit out the night and not think about it. But I couldn't. I had to know. Slowly, I lowered my gaze to the countertop, to the spot where the tall man had left his payment. It wasn't money. It wasn't a credit card. It was a single, perfect feather. It was long and glossy, the color of polished jet, shimmering faintly in the dim light. A raven's feather. And in that silent, sterile office, surrounded by the vast, listening darkness of the Ontario wilderness, I understood. This was not a prank. These were not the eccentricities of a strange old man. The rules were real, and I had just successfully completed my first transaction at the Paintree Rest. Sleep did not come easily after my encounter with the guest for room 7. I sat in the manager's apartment, the raven feather lying on the small table beside me, a stark, black slash against the pale wood. It felt heavy, imbued with a significance my rational mind couldn't process. Every rustle of pine needles against the window, every groan of the building settling, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The world I had known, a world of predictable systems and verifiable facts, had been peeled back to reveal something else. Something ancient and patient and utterly indifferent to human reason. When the first hint of dawn finally broke the oppressive darkness, it felt less like a sunrise and more like a reprieve. I had survived the night. I checked the parking lot. The long black car was gone. So was the guest. I felt a desperate urge to check room 7 to see what state it was in, but Rule 1 was explicit. All cleaning and maintenance of vacant rooms must be completed between sunrise and sunset. The sun was not yet fully above the horizon. I had to wait. The rules were my new reality, my new system. The Dewey Decimal System of survival. I walked back into the office, my body aching with exhaustion and tension. And there, sitting squarely in the middle of the polished countertop, was a large, stainless steel thermos. It hadn't been there when I'd locked myself in the apartment. A cold dread, now becoming familiar, trickled down my spine. Rule 5D. You will find a thermos of black coffee on the desk each morning. You must drink all of it before noon. Do not attempt to learn who delivers it. I approached it cautiously, as if it were a venomous snake. It was warm to the touch. Unscrewing the cap released a plume of steam and the rich, dark aroma of strong coffee. There was no note, no sign of who had left it. The office was a sealed box, yet here it was. I poured a cup. The liquid was black as pitch. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it drugged? Poisoned? But the contract was clear absolute adherence. And my mother's face, pale and hopeful, flashed in my mind. I raised the cup and drank. The coffee was bitter, strong, and shockingly good. It jolted me awake, clearing the fog of my sleepless night with an unnatural efficiency. I felt a strange, focused energy spread through me. I drank the entire thermos before the clock on the wall read 800 a.m. The sun was fully up now. It was time to clean room 7. My hands trembled slightly as I selected the key from the board. I walked the short distance across the raked gravel, the morning air crisp and clean. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, bracing myself for, I don't know what. A scene of carnage. Some arcane symbol scrawled on the walls. The room was perfect. It was pristine. The bed was made with military precision, the sheets turned down just so. The bathroom was spotless, the towels hung neatly on the rack. It was as if no one had ever been there. There was no sign of occupancy, no stray hair, no indentation on the pillow. The only thing out of place was the faint, lingering scent of ozone and dry leaves, the same scent that clung to the tall man. I cleaned the already clean room, my movements stiff and automatic, my mind reeling. I was a librarian cataloging a book that had no words, no pictures, only blank pages. The next week passed in a haze of this new, bizarre routine. Days were for cleaning the empty rooms, maintaining the unnaturally perfect grounds, and wiring the bulk of my cash payment to the account for my mother's treatment. Nights were for the office, for the low hum of the static, filled television, and for the rigid adherence to the rules. No other guests arrived. The pine tree rest sat silent and waiting. The thermos appeared each morning, and I drank the coffee without question. The raven feather remained on my table, a constant reminder of the nature of this place. On the second Monday of my employment, a week after my arrival, an email from Mr. Sterling appeared. Like the first, it simply materialized in my inbox without a notification sound. The subject line was Protocol Addendum. My blood ran cold. I opened it. The body of the email was as sparse and formal as his phone call. Mr. O'Connell, please find below an updated list of standing orders. These are to be considered effective immediately. Your continued diligence is appreciated. Sincerely, Mr. Sterling. Attached was a new version of the laminated card, presented as a simple text file. The original 6 rules were there, but 3 new ones had been added. Manager's Protocol, the standing orders, their revised 7. If you hear what sounds like a child crying outside after midnight, do not look and do not investigate. Immediately increase the volume of the television until the sound is no longer audible. 8. A supply truck will arrive every Tuesday at precisely 200 a.m. The loading bay door in the basement must be left unlocked on Monday nights. Do not approach the truck or the driver. After it departs, you must retrieve the delivery and stock the items in the appropriate rooms before sunrise. Do not inspect the contents beyond what is necessary for stocking. 9. If the exterior light above room 4 begins to flicker, you have less than 1 minute to enter the office and unplug the telephone from the wall jack. Do not plug it back in until the light is steady again. I stared at the new rules, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. These were different. They were more specific, more reactive. They implied threats that the first set of rules had only hinted at. A crying child, a mysterious delivery, a flickering light that necessitated cutting off communication with the outside world, a world I was already severed from. That very night, I learned the importance of Rule 7. I was in the office, the static hissing from the television, the hands of the clock creeping towards 100 a.m. Then I heard it. A faint, heartbreaking sound carried on the wind. It was the sound of a little girl sobbing, somewhere out in the darkness beyond the parking lot. Mommy, I'm lost. Every decent instinct in my body screamed at me to go outside, to find the child, to help. It was a primal, human response. My hand was on the doorknob before I even realized I had stood up. But then the words of the rule echoed in my mind. Do not look and do not investigate. My fingers froze on the cold brass. The sobbing grew louder, more desperate. It sounded closer now, just outside the office window. Please, it's so dark out here. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vise. This was a test. A cruel, inhuman test. I thought of the contract, of the money, of my mother. With a surge of self-loathing, I turned away from the door and walked to the television. I cranked the volume knob. The hiss of the static grew into a roar. A deafening wall of white noise that filled the room, vibrating through the floorboards. It drowned out the sound of the crying child, replacing it with a clean, empty roar. I stood there shaking until the clock read 400 a.m. and the protocol allowed me to turn it off. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The next night was Tuesday. As instructed, I had left the basement loading bay door unlocked. I spent the hours after midnight in a state of high alert, my ears straining for the sound of the truck. At 200 a.m., precisely, I heard it, the low rumble of a heavy diesel engine and the crunch of tires on gravel. Headlights swept across the office windows, but I stayed put, my eyes fixed on the wall. I heard the squeal of air brakes, the clang of a heavy door, and then muffled thuds as items were unloaded. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. The engine rumbled back to life, and the truck drove away. I waited a full half hour before venturing down into the basement, my flashlight beam cutting through the damp, musty air. There, on the concrete floor of the loading bay, were 3 cardboard boxes. They bore no labels, no shipping information. Following Rule 8, I opened the first one. It was filled with small, white bars of soap, each one wrapped in plain, unmarked paper. The second box contained bottles of shampoo. The liquid inside was thick and had the color of crude oil. The third box held neatly folded towels. They were the softest towels I had ever felt, impossibly plush and pure white. I spent the next 2 hours before sunrise, dutifully stocking each room with the new supplies, my mind a whirlwind of unanswered questions. Who were these supplies for? The motel had no other guests. The week wore on. The light above room 4 remained steady. No one else came for room 7. I was beginning to fall into the rhythm of the place, the horror dulling into a kind of tense acceptance. This was my job. Follow the rules, get the money, save my mother. It was a simple, if terrifying, transaction. Then, on Friday night, a minivan pulled into the lot. It was a modern, family vehicle, caked in road dust. A man and a woman got out, followed by a young girl who looked about 10 years old. They looked tired, normal, and completely out of place. They were the first normal guests I had seen. The man came into the office. "A room for the night, please," he said, his voice wary. "Just one queen bed is fine. We've been driving all day." A wave of relief washed over me. A normal transaction. I took his credit card, ran it, and handed him a key for room 3. It felt good to do something so mundane. "Thanks," he said, taking the key. He paused at the door and looked back at me. "Just a quick question," he said, his expression unreadable. "Is the tall man still in room 7? We were told to wait until he had passed through. The air in my lungs turned to ice. The mundane moment shattered into a million sharp pieces. I stared at him, unable to form a response. The man's wary smile didn't change, but his eyes held a knowing, ancient quality that didn't belong in his tired, suburban dad face. "No matter," he said, his smile tightening slightly. "We'll be quiet. Wouldn't want to disturb the other guests." He turned and left, joining his wife and daughter and leading them towards room 3. I watched them go, my entire body numb. I was not a manager. I was not a caretaker. I was a station master on a line that ran to somewhere awful. A quiet facilitator for travelers who knew the schedule better than I did. The hum of the static from the television began its nightly duty, but it offered no comfort. It only sounded like it was laughing at me. The presence of the family in room 3 changed the texture of the silence. It was no longer an empty, waiting silence. It was a watchful one. I stayed in the office, my back to the wall, feeling like a specimen under glass. The family did not make a sound. No television, no raised voices, no noise at all. It was as if room 3 had simply swallowed them whole. My mind, the librarian's mind that craved order and explanation, was failing me. These guests were not on a road trip. They were pilgrims, and the Pine Tree Rest was a sacred, terrible stop on their journey. The tall man, the crying child, this quiet family, they were all part of a system I was paid to maintain, but never, ever understand. I spent the night cataloging the rules in my head, trying to impose some sense of order on them. There were preventative rules. Lock the door. Don't enter the shed. Reactive rules. The crying child, the flickering light, and procedural rules, the coffee, the check in for room 7. It was a liturgy of survival. My life had become a series of rituals performed to appease an unknown, unseen power. The salary, the reason I was here, felt less like payment and more like an offering given to me for my service. It was just after 3:00 a.m. when it happened. I was in my apartment, trying to read a paperback I'd brought with me, but the words were just black marks on the page. Through the thin wall connecting my quarters to the office, I could hear the constant, low hum of the television static. And then, through the window that faced the main lot, I saw it. A stutter in the pale yellow light that illuminated the walkway. The exterior light above room 4 was flickering. Rule 9E. If the exterior light above room 4 begins to flicker, you have less than 1 minute to enter the office and unplug the telephone from the wall jack. A jolt of pure, chemical panic shot through me. It was a physical blow. Less than 1 minute. I scrambled off the bed, fumbled with the door to the office, and burst through. The flickering was erratic, casting spastic, dancing shadows across the parking lot. The old rotary phone sat on the corner of the desk, a black, squat idol. It felt miles away. I lunged across the room. The cord was thick and old, plugged into a yellowed jack near the floorboards. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to get a grip on the plastic head. The flickering outside became more frantic, a rapid, desperate strobe. And then the phone rang. It wasn't a normal ring. It was a shrill, piercing shriek, a sound that felt like it was drilling directly into my skull. It was a sound of pure electronic agony. I yanked at the cord with all my strength. For a heart-stopping second, it held fast. The phone shrieked again, and in the space between the rings, I heard something come through the receiver. A voice. It was faint, distorted by static, but I knew it instantly. Samuel. It was my mother's voice. Samuel, why did you leave me here? It's so cold. With a final, desperate heave, the plug came free from the wall. The shriek cut off instantly. The office was plunged into a ringing, profound silence, broken only by the hum of the television and the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing. I collapsed to the floor, the useless plastic plug clutched in my hand. The light outside stopped flickering and returned to its steady, sickly yellow glow. I don't know how long I lay there on the linoleum, shaking. The violation was absolute. This place, whatever it was, had reached into my life, into my heart, and used my deepest fear as a weapon. It knew me. The coffee I drank every morning, the name on my contract, it was all part of its system of knowledge. I was not an anonymous employee. I was a known quantity. The rest of the night passed without incident, but sleep was an impossibility. At sunrise, I watched from the office window as the family in room 3 emerged. They looked just as they had when they arrived. Weary, normal. The man loaded a small bag into their minivan, while the woman and the little girl stood by the door. As they were about to get in, the man looked over at the office and met my gaze directly. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, a gesture of acknowledgement that chilled me to the bone. Then he got in the van, and they drove away, leaving the gravel of the parking lot disturbed for the first time in weeks. As per my duties, I waited an hour before going to clean the room. Like room 7, it was almost perfectly tidy, but not quite. On the floor, next to the leg of the bed, was a small object. It was a little wooden bird, crudely carved from a single piece of pale wood, no bigger than my thumb. It was smooth to the touch, clearly worn by years of being held in a small hand. The little girl must have dropped it. I picked it up. It felt warm, innocent. A child's toy. A small, tangible piece of a normal world I was beginning to forget. I slipped it into my pocket, a secret talisman, against the encroaching madness of this place. I would keep it. It was a harmless act of defiance. That afternoon, another email from Mr. Sterling arrived. Subject: Protocol Addendum Hus. My stomach clenched. I was beginning to dread these messages more than the things they warned me about. Mr. O'Connell, your performance has been noted and is satisfactory. However, New circumstances require an expansion of your duties. Adherence is, as always, mandatory. Sincerely, Mr. Sterling. The list was longer this time. Manager's protocol. The standing orders, see revised I-10. On the night of a full moon, a small, vacuum, sealed package will be left in the Tuesday delivery. You are to take this package to the large tree stump behind room 12, 1 hour after sunset. Leave the package unopened on the stump. Do not wait to see what, if anything, happens to it. 11. If you find a book in a vacant room that has been left open, do not read the pages. Close the book immediately and place it on the small, empty bookshelf in the office. Do not attempt to read any book placed on that shelf. 12. Any personal item left behind by a guest must be considered contaminated. It cannot be kept. It cannot be discarded in the regular trash. You must take the item to the incinerator chute on the side of the maintenance shed before the next sunset. You do not need to enter the shed. The chute is accessible from the outside. Deposit the item and pull the lever. Do not look into the chute. I read Rule 12 3 times, the words blurring together. Any personal item left behind by a guest must be considered contaminated. My hand went to my pocket, my fingers closing around the smooth, warm wood of the little bird. It was no longer a talisman. It was a liability, a choice. The rule was clear. The consequence for failure, as stipulated in my contract, was also clear. But the thought of taking this small, innocent object, the only thing in this entire place that felt remotely human, and feeding it to a fiery, unknown furnace felt like a betrayal I wasn't sure I could commit. It was just a toy, a piece of wood. What harm could it do? I stood in the silent office, the weight of the tiny bird in my pocket feeling heavier than any book I ever shelved, any truth I had ever known. The sun was already beginning its slow descent towards the horizon. I had until sunset tomorrow. For the first time since I arrived, I considered breaking a rule. And for the first time, I was truly terrified of what would happen if I did. I made my choice in the quiet, lonely hours before dawn. I would not destroy the bird. It was a foolish, emotional decision, a rebellion born of desperation and a longing for something real. I took the small wooden carving from my pocket and hid it in my sock drawer, buried beneath the few meager possessions I had brought with me. It was my secret, my one deviation from the protocol, my one claim to the man I used to be. Samuel O'Connell, the librarian who loved his mother, was still here. He had not been entirely erased. The next day, the motel felt different. The change was subtle, a shift in the quality of the silence. It was no longer empty or watchful. It was accusatory. The ever-present scent of pine and ozone was sharper, tinged with something else, something acrid and sour, like spoiled meat. The coffee that morning was unbearably bitter, and I had to force it down, gagging with every swallow. The system knew. The motel knew I had disobeyed. As dusk fell, the real consequences began. I was in the office, trying to distract myself by raking the gravel in the parking lot into perfect, obsessive lines, when I saw her. The little girl from the minivan. She was standing at the far end of the lot, near the edge of the dark, impenetrable forest. She was just standing there, her small form a silhouette against the dying light, watching me. She wasn't wearing the clothes she'd had on before. She was in a simple white nightgown. My blood turned to ice. They had left that morning. I had watched them drive away. I blinked, expecting her to be a figment of my exhausted imagination, but she remained. Motionless, silent, staring. I retreated into the office, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and locked the door. I didn't look out the window again, but I could feel her gaze on me, a physical pressure against the walls. Later, after midnight had passed and the television was humming its static lullaby, a new sound began. It came from room 3. A soft, rhythmic thumping. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of something small and hard hitting the wall over and over. The wall that connected room 3 to room 4. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that it was the sound of a small wooden bird being tapped against the drywall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I had made a terrible mistake. This wasn't a harmless act of defiance. It was a fundamental disruption of the motel's delicate, terrifying ecosystem. The bird wasn't a keepsake, it was an anchor, and by keeping it, I had tethered a piece of that family, of that little girl, to this place. I had contaminated the system. I ran to my apartment, my hands shaking so badly I could barely open the sock drawer. I snatched the wooden bird. It was no longer warm. It was ice, cold to the touch, and it seemed to vibrate with a faint, malevolent energy. I had to fix this. I had to follow the rule. I burst out of the office and ran towards the maintenance shed at the end of the building, the cold gravel crunching under my feet. The little girl was gone from the edge of the parking lot, but the thumping from inside room 3 continued. Louder now, more insistent. The shed loomed before me, a dark, windowless block of concrete. Rule 6 screamed in my mind: never, under any circumstances, enter the locked maintenance shed. But Rule 12 offered a loophole. The incinerator chute was on the outside. I found it on the side of the building, a heavy iron flap with a thick lever next to it. It looked ancient. With trembling fingers, I lifted the flap. A wave of intense heat and the smell of ash and something else, something like burnt sugar and hair, washed over my face. Do not look into the chute. I squeezed my eyes shut, held the bird over the opening, and let it go. I heard a faint tink as it hit something far below. I slammed the flap shut and grabbed the lever. It was heavy and stiff, but with a surge of adrenaline, I pulled it down. There was a deep, grinding sound from within the shed, followed by a sudden, violent whoosh of air. Then, silence. The thumping from room 3 stopped. I stood there, gasping for breath in the cold night air, relief washing over me. I had fixed it. I had corrected my error. That was when the email arrived. My phone, which had been a dead brick since my arrival, chimed with a notification. It was from Mr. Sterling. The subject line was a single word: incomplete. The message was just one sentence. The contamination was not the object. It was the attachment. The shed requires a balancing of the scales. I stared at the words, the meaning crashing down on me with the force of a physical blow. The bird was just wood. The problem wasn't that I had kept it. The problem was why I had kept it. My sentimentality, my memory, my humanity, that was the contamination. The system had been corrupted by a piece of me, and now it demanded payment. I looked at the maintenance shed. The heavy, padlocked doors seemed to pulse with a dark energy. I understood now. Rule 6 wasn't a warning to protect me from what was inside the shed. It was to protect the shed from the manager. It was the final failsafe, and I had been instructed to bypass it. The padlock on the door wasn't locked. It hung open, waiting. My hand closed on the cold metal. This was the real job, the final clause in my contract. I pulled the door open. The inside was not a maintenance shed. It was a library. My library. Metal shelves stretched up into the darkness, but they weren't filled with books. They were filled with objects. A child's worn teddy bear. A single, elegant woman's glove. A tarnished silver locket. A pair of cracked eyeglasses. Each one sat alone on a shelf, faintly illuminated by a cold internal light. The things left behind, the contaminations, This was a catalog of broken rules, a museum of past failures. On a small metal plaque at the end of one aisle, I saw a name, A. Miller, Night Manager, 1998-2002. Below it sat a rusty harmonica. In the center of the room was a simple wooden table and a single chair. On the table was a small, ornate silver box. I knew what I had to do. The shed didn't want the bird. It wanted the feeling behind the bird. It wanted the anchor. It required a personal sacrifice to balance the scales. I reached into my wallet and pulled out the only personal item I carried with me. It was a worn, folded photograph of my mother, taken last summer. She was smiling, her eyes full of life, before the disease had begun to steal her from the world. It was the reason I was here. It was the source of my hope, my grief, my love. It was my most powerful attachment. It was the real contamination. My hands shook as I opened the silver box. It was empty, lined with black velvet. With a final, tearing sob, I placed the photograph inside and closed the lid. A soft click echoed in the silent room. The oppressive atmosphere in the shed instantly vanished, replaced by a neutral, sterile emptiness. The cold light emanating from the objects on the shelves faded into darkness. I walked out of the shed and back to the office. The first rays of dawn were breaking over the pines. On the polished counter, where the thermos of coffee usually sat, was a new, freshly laminated card. It was a single rule. 13. You are the night manager. You will ensure the smooth operation of the Pine Tree Rest. There are no other concerns. I picked it up. The name Samuel O'Connell felt like a word from a foreign language, a book I had read a long, long time ago. I no longer felt fear, or grief, or hope. I felt only a quiet, calm sense of purpose. I looked out the window at the raked gravel, the pristine rooms, the silent, waiting trees. Everything had a place, and there was a system for it. My place was here. I had a job to do, and the rules were very, very clear. My name is Dr. Alistair Finch. I feel it's important to begin with that formality, to ground what I'm about to say in the bedrock of a life that was, until recently, defined by logic, evidence, and peer-reviewed fact. I am, or was, a linguistic anthropologist, a man who has dedicated 30 years to the study of moribund languages, the dying whispers of entire cultures. My work is a patient, methodical process of listening, documenting, and preserving. I deal in the ghosts of words, the echoes of forgotten syntax. I have spent months in the most remote corners of the globe, sitting with the last speakers of a language, my digital recorder their sole confidant. I have always believed that the world is an entirely knowable place, that every mystery is simply a puzzle, waiting for the right key, the right analytical framework. I now know how profoundly, how terrifyingly wrong I was. My magnum opus, the work that was to be the culmination of my career, was a comparative study of pre-Columbian proto-languages in North America. It was a dense, complex undertaking, requiring a level of concentration that was impossible to achieve amidst the constant, low-level hum of university life, the emails, the faculty meetings, the endless parade of students asking for extensions. To complete it, I needed absolute solitude. After a lengthy search, I found what I believed to be the perfect sanctuary, a small, modern cabin rented for 6 months, nestled deep within a vast, privately owned forest reserve in the Pacific Northwest. The cabin was my fortress of solitude. It was miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a long, winding gravel road that was more of a suggestion than a thoroughfare. It had no neighbors, no cell service, and a satellite internet connection I used sparingly, only to upload data and correspond with my publisher. The structure itself was a marvel of minimalist design, all clean lines, polished concrete floors, and a single, immense picture window that looked out uninterrupted sea of ancient Douglas firs and western hemlocks. For the first 2 months, it was idyllic. My work progressed at a pace I hadn't thought possible. The silence was a physical presence, a thick, comforting blanket that allowed my mind to wander through the intricate pathways of lost vocabularies. I fell into a simple, productive rhythm. I would work from sunrise until dusk, fueled by black coffee and the thrill of academic discovery. As the sun dipped below, the jagged line of the distant mountains, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange, I would close my laptop. My ritual to mark the end of the workday was a late night walk. There was a narrow trail that began just beyond the cabin's small wooden deck, winding its way for a few miles through the dense woods before looping back. These walks were my meditation. Armed with a powerful flashlight, I would step into the profound darkness of the forest. The air, crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine, was a tonic. The sounds were a familiar, soothing symphony. The gentle sigh of the wind through the high branches, the scuttling of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth, the occasional, mournful call of a distant owl. It was a world of predictable, natural patterns. In this controlled environment, I felt completely safe, the master of my small, isolated domain. The forest was not something to be feared. It was an extension of my workspace, a quiet, living library in which I could clear my head and organize my thoughts. This feeling of absolute safety, of intellectual and physical control, was the foundation of my world. And it was the first thing to be taken from me. The night it began was no different from any other. It was a clear, moonless night in late autumn, the stars a brilliant, cold spray across the black canvas of the sky. I was about a mile down the trail, my flashlight beam cutting a clean, white tunnel through the darkness. I had stopped to admire the intricate lace of a spider's web, glistening with dew in the light, when I heard it. It was a sound that did not belong. It was not the sound of an animal, nor was it the wind. It was a faint, dry whisper, click, seske keek. It was a complex sound layered with a sibilant, breathy quality followed by a series of sharp, staccato clicks, like a grasshopper's leg rubbing against dry parchment, but deeper, more resonant. It was rhythmic, but unnaturally so, too precise for any biological function I could imagine. My first rational thought was that it was some sort of mechanical failure in my flashlight, perhaps a short in the wiring. I switched it off. The sound continued, now clearer in the absolute darkness and silence. Seski, ki seski, kiku. It was coming from somewhere ahead of me, off the trail, deep in the impenetrable blackness of the trees. I stood perfectly still, straining my ears. The sound was maddeningly hard to place. At times it seemed to come from my left, then from my right. as if the source were moving with impossible speed. My academic mind immediately began cycling through possibilities. A species of insect I was unfamiliar with. Some nocturnal bird with an unusual call. But the sound had a quality that felt artificial. It was too clean, too structured. I turned my flashlight back on, the beam seeming to push back, a physical weight of darkness. I swept the light across the wall of trees, the beam catching on the rough bark of ancient trunks and the slick, wet surfaces of fallen leaves. Nothing. The forest was still and silent, save for that one intrusive sound. A prickle of unease. An unfamiliar sensation traced a cold line down my spine. This was an anomaly, a data point that didn't fit. For a man who prided himself on understanding the world through categorization and analysis, it was deeply unsettling. I told myself it was absurd to be frightened. I was a scientist. I was in a forest. Forests made strange noises. To be scared was to give in to the kind of primitive, superstitious thinking I had spent my life studying from a safe, academic distance. I decided to continue my walk, a small act of defiance against this burgeoning, irrational fear. But the meditative quality was gone. Every nerve was on high alert. I was no longer an observer. I felt observed. The whisper, click sound remained, a constant, unnerving companion. It never grew louder, but it never faded, either. It seemed to pace me, keeping a consistent distance, always just beyond the reach of my light. Then, it changed. I had stumbled on a route, catching myself at the last moment, and muttering a quiet curse under my breath. Damn it. A few seconds later, the sound from the darkness shifted. It was no longer just the whisper, click. Woven into it, distorted and high-pitched, was a chillingly accurate mimicry of my own word, stretched and pulled like audio tape. Emit, siskki. I froze, the blood drained from my face, and my heart hammered against my ribs with a force that made me feel dizzy. That was not an animal. That was not the wind. That was intelligent. It had heard me, and it had responded. The mimicry wasn't perfect. It was warped, filtered through the same strange, static, like quality as the clicking. But it was undeniably my voice. The pretense of scientific curiosity evaporated, replaced by a raw, primal fear I hadn't felt since I was a small child, afraid of the monster under my bed. I turned and began walking back toward the cabin, my pace quick, just shy of a run. I didn't want to run. Running felt like an admission of defeat, an acknowledgement that I was prey. But my legs wanted to flee, to carry me as fast as they could away from that mocking, impossible sound. The sound followed. It seemed to dance around me, in the darkness, a phantom presence that was everywhere and nowhere at once. It continued its horrifying mimicry, replaying the single word I had uttered, twisting it into new and more grotesque forms. Amit, sis, damn, kiki. The walk back to the cabin, a journey that usually took 15 minutes, felt like an hour-long ordeal. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I was acutely aware of my isolation, of the miles of empty wilderness that separated me from any other human being. My sanctuary had become a trap. When the warm, yellow light of the cabin's window finally pierced the darkness. A wave of relief so powerful it almost brought me to my knees washed over me. I burst out of the tree line, scrambled up the 3 steps to the deck, and fumbled with the door handle. I slammed it shut behind me, my hand shaking as I shot the deadbolt home. The heavy thud of the lock was the most reassuring sound I had ever heard. I stood with my back pressed against the door, my chest heaving, listening. The whisper, click was gone. Inside the solid, lit walls of my cabin, there was only silence. I tried to steady my breathing, to force the rational part of my brain to reassert control. It was a hallucination, an auditory illusion brought on by fatigue and isolation. The human brain is notoriously unreliable, prone to finding patterns in random noise. That had to be it. It was the only explanation that made sense, the only one that would allow me to sleep, to continue my work, to believe that my world was still governed by the laws of physics and not by some whispering, mocking thing in the woods. But as I stood there, trying to convince myself, a cold, heavy certainty settled in the pit of my stomach. What I had heard was real, and it was still out there in the darkness, listening. The following day, I tried to immerse myself in my work, but the incident from the previous night had left a residue, a sticky film of unease that clung to my thoughts. The whisper, click sound replayed itself in my mind, an unwelcome and persistent echo. I found myself staring out the large window for long stretches, my eyes scanning the dense, unmoving wall of trees. Every gust of wind that rattled a loose branch, every shadow that shifted with the passing clouds, snagged my attention. My fortress of solitude was starting to feel like a surveillance post, and I was the sole, unnerved watchman. My academic discipline, usually a source of comfort, now became a tool for obsession. I spent 2 hours online, using the satellite internet I was only supposed to use for uploading research data, searching for esoteric acoustic phenomena. I typed in search terms that felt increasingly unhinged: binaural auditory events in forests, unexplained insectoid, humanoid vocalizations, acoustic anomalies in remote locations. The results were, of course, useless. I found articles about the hum, discussions of tinnitus, and forums filled with ghost stories. Nothing from a credible, scientific source. Nothing that could explain what I had heard. This lack of an explanation was more frustrating than frightening. It was a puzzle without pieces, a data point that refused to fit into any known model. My rational mind rebelled against it. By evening, I had convinced myself that the only way to resolve this cognitive dissonance was through empirical testing. I would repeat the experiment. I would take the same walk at the same time and prove to myself that what I had heard was a one-time neurological fluke. It was a foolish decision, born of intellectual pride. A scientist's arrogant need to tame the anomalous. As I stepped onto the trail that night, the forest felt different. The familiar comfort was gone, replaced by a palpable sense of watchfulness. The air was heavy, the silence thick with unspoken potential. I was hyper, vigilant, my senses straining against the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam. The walk was no longer a meditation, it was an investigation. The first sign of wrongness was the boulder. About a half-mile in, there was a large granite boulder covered in a thick carpet of dark green moss, a landmark I had noted on my very first walk. Tonight, one entire side of it was bare, scraped clean down to the pale, raw stone. Long, deep gouges, running parallel to each other, marred its surface, as if something immense and incredibly hard had dragged itself against it. There were no tracks around the boulder, no sign of heavy machinery. It was simply damaged. I ran my fingers over the grooves. They felt unnervingly fresh. I pushed on, my heart now a low, anxious drum in my chest. A few hundred yards further, I saw tracks in the soft earth of the path. Deer tracks. But they were wrong. A set of 4 tracks was clearly imprinted in the mud. And then, nothing. They just stopped. They didn't veer off into the undergrowth, nor were there signs of a scuffle, a predator's attack, or the frantic scattering of a panicked animal. The tracks simply ceased to exist mid-stride, as if the deer had been plucked straight up into the sky. It was at that moment, as I stood staring at the impossible tracks, that I heard the sound again. It was closer this time, clearer. The same sibilant whisper, the same dry clicking. But this time, it had a new element. A minute by a branch that had snagged my jacket. I had muttered to myself, "Just get a grip, Alistair." The sound that now echoed in the clearing was a perfect, distorted mimicry of my own voice, wrapped in that alien static. Grip, Alistair's, Heskekiki. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was intelligent. It was listening. And it was mocking me. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the trail. I just crashed through the undergrowth. Branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I burst out of the tree line and saw the reassuring geometric shape of the cabin. I fumbled with the lock, slammed the door behind me, and threw the deadbolt. My back pressed against the solid wood. I slid to the floor, gasping for air. For a long time, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. The silence returned. Inside the cabin, with its locked doors and solid walls, a sliver of hope began to return. I was safe. It was outside, and I was inside. A false, foolish hope. Then, a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping on the roof, directly above my head. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't the sound of rain or a falling pine cone. It was deliberate, patient. It had the weight and cadence of a single, heavy finger drumming on the metal roofing. It was a sound designed for psychological attrition, a message that the walls I was hiding behind were meaningless. It went on for what felt like an eternity, an hour or more, a steady, maddening percussion that vibrated through the structure of the cabin and into my bones. Eventually, my thirst overrode my terror. My throat was sandpaper. I forced myself to my feet and crept into the small kitchen area to get a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely turn the faucet. As the glass filled, my eyes were drawn to the back door. A simple slab of wood with a small window at the top. And that's when I saw it. From the thin gap between the bottom of the door and the hardwood floor, something was retracting. It was a finger. but it was pale, almost luminous white, and impossibly long. It was segmented into 3 joints, like an insect's leg, and ended in a sharp, black nail. It moved with a slow, fluid grace, pulling back out of sight into the darkness on the other side of the door. The tapping on the roof had been a distraction. It was already in. The horror was no longer outside. It had breached my final sanctuary, and I was locked inside with it. The sight of that retreating finger shattered the last remnants of my composure. A primal, wordless scream tore from my throat. My mind, the analytical engine I had relied on my entire life, simply shut down, replaced by a flood of pure, unreasoning terror. I scrambled away from the back door, my limbs feeling clumsy and disconnected. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the heavy wooden dining table and, with a strength I didn't know I possessed, shoved it against the door, wedging it under the handle. I did the same with a bookshelf against the front door. I was a cornered animal, building a pathetic barricade against an incomprehensible predator. The patient tapping on the roof had stopped. It was replaced by a new sound, one that seemed to be circling the cabin. It was a low, guttural clicking, a wet, throaty sound that was utterly alien. It was the sound of something large and predatory, and it was methodically testing the perimeter of my cage. I grabbed the only thing in the cabin that could possibly serve as a weapon, a heavy, black iron fire poker from the hearth. I held it in a white, knuckled grip, its weight a small, cold comfort against the overwhelming dread. Then, with a soft pop and a fizz, the lights went out. The generator had been cut. I was plunged into an absolute, suffocating darkness. The only light was the weak, dying beam of the phone I'd left on the counter, its battery indicator blinking a fatal red. The blackness was total, a physical presence that swallowed the familiar shapes of the room. My world shrank to the small, trembling circle of light in my hand. The clicking outside stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was a loaded, waiting silence. A sound ripped through the quiet. The sharp, explosive shattering of glass. It came from the living room. The large picture window, my beautiful view of the forest, had been broken. It was inside. I didn't scream this time. The sound was trapped in my throat. I backed away, crab walking into the darkest corner of the cabin, and squeezed myself into a small coat closet, pulling the door shut until only a thin crack remained. I tried to control my breathing, certain that its ragged, panicked sound was a deafening beacon. I heard it moving through the cabin. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was a strange, arrhythmic skittering, a combination of a heavy weight being dragged in the light, rapid movement of multiple limbs. It was too heavy for an insect, too light and fast for a man. It moved with a terrifying confidence in the dark, a master of its environment, while I was a blind, helpless intruder. Then it began to speak. It used the whisper, click voice. But now it was cycling through phrases from my own research recordings, fragments of dead and forgotten languages. The sacred work to which I had dedicated my life were being twisted into a horrifying new form. A phrase from a Potawatomi lament, a word from a Cherokee blessing, a question from a Navajo dialect, all spoken in that distorted, chittering voice. It wasn't random. It was calling to me, using the ghosts of my own work as a lure. The skittering stopped directly outside the closet. I held my breath until my lungs burned. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The door swung open. I pointed my phone's failing light at it. It was tall, impossibly so. Its form hunched to fit beneath the cabin's ceiling. Its limbs were long and thin, bending at angles that defied anatomy. Its skin was the pale, waxy white of a corpse or a cave-dwelling insect. Its face, if you could call it that, was a smooth, featureless plate of cartilage devoid of eyes, nose, or ears. But it had a mouth, a thin, vertical slit that ran from where its forehead should be to its chin. As I watched, the slit widened, opening like a wound to reveal rows of needle, like black teeth. This was it, the moment of my death, the hero at the mercy of the monster. But it didn't attack. It stood there, its featureless face aimed at me, and the whisper, click sound it made was different now. The mocking tone was gone, replaced by something that sounded like urgency. It raised one of its long, three-jointed fingers, but it didn't point at me. It pointed past me, toward the shattered window and the black forest beyond. It spoke one more word, a word I knew intimately. A word from a lost Amazonian language I had spent 6 months documenting. It was a word that had no direct translation, but meant, roughly, listen to the sound that makes. Akacha. And then I did listen. Pushing past the frantic drumming of my own heart, I heard it. A new sound coming from the forest. It wasn't a click or a whisper. It was a hum. A deep, resonant bass frequency, so low it was felt more than heard. It vibrated through the floorboards, up my legs, and into my teeth, making them ache. The cabin itself seemed to groan under the pressure of the sound. It was a sound of immense, geological power, the sound of a world ending. The creature in front of me shuddered violently. A high-pitched, keening noise escaped its vertical mouth, and for the first time I understood. The sounds it had been making, the mimicry, the chittering, it wasn't aggression. It was terror. This thing hadn't broken into my cabin to hunt me. It had broken in to hide. The hum from outside intensified, reaching an unbearable crescendo. The creature convulsed, its long limbs thrashing. It collapsed to the floor with a sickening, wet crunch, like a giant insect being crushed. Then the hum stopped. Silence. I was alone, trapped in a dark, remote cabin with the shattered remains of a window, a dead thing on the floor, and the certain knowledge that the real monster, the thing that had terrified and destroyed this one, was still out there in the woods. And now it knew exactly where I was. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, I didn't move. I remained huddled in the closet. My phone's light, having finally died, leaving me in absolute blackness with the cooling corpse of the creature. The silence that followed the hum was different from any I had known before. It was not empty, it was heavy, expectant. It felt like the held breath of something colossal, something that had exerted itself and was now listening, waiting. That thought, the idea of being listened to by the source of that sound, was what finally broke my paralysis. Survival instinct. A primal force I had only ever read about took over. I didn't think, I just acted. I scrambled out of the closet, not daring to look at the shape on the floor. I stumbled through the dark, my hands outstretched, until I found the wall. I felt my way to the front door, to my pathetic barricade. With frantic, clumsy movements, I pulled the bookshelf away. I wrenched the deadbolt open and threw myself out into the cold night air. I ran. I ran without a flashlight, without a destination, without a single thought in my head other than away. I ran through the dark forest, tripping over roots, crashing through unseen bushes, my lungs screaming for air. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The fear of what I might see was far greater than the fear of running blind. I have no idea how long I ran for, or how far. My memory of it is a chaotic blur of pain, panic, and the percussive sound of my own heart. I just ran until my legs gave out from under me, and I collapsed onto the cold, hard asphalt of the main road, miles from the cabin. I was found at dawn by a truck driver on his morning route. He told me later that he thought he'd hit a deer. He found me curled in a fetal position on the side of the road, shivering, incoherent, my face and arms latticed with scratches. I was suffering from shock and exposure. The weeks that followed are a haze of hospital rooms, police interviews, and psychiatric evaluations. I tried to tell them what happened. I spoke of the whisper click, the scraped boulder, the creature in the cabin, the bone-shaking hum. They listened with professional patience, nodding and taking notes. Their conclusion was unanimous. I had suffered a severe psychotic break, brought on by the stress of my work and the prolonged isolation. A fugue state. My mind, they said, had created a complex, terrifying narrative to cope with an underlying psychological collapse. There was no evidence to support my story. When the police went to the cabin, they found it undisturbed, save for a broken window they attributed to a bear. The furniture was not barricading the doors. There was no dead creature on the floor. My fire poker was in its stand by the hearth. My story was dismissed as the ravings, a brilliant but broken man. I was encouraged to take an extended leave of absence from the university. My book, my life's work, sits unfinished on a hard drive. I can't bring myself to open. I abandoned my research, my career, my entire life. The man who went into that forest, the rational, evidence-based academic, did not come out. I did. I live in the city now. I chose the loudest, busiest part of it I could find. My apartment is on a major thoroughfare, and the sounds of traffic, sirens, and people are a constant 24-hour symphony. I need the noise. I cannot bear the silence. Silence is no longer an absence of sound. For me, it is a canvas. It is the space where other sounds can be heard. I have developed a severe case of phonophobia, a fear of specific sounds. But it's more than that. It's a fear of the quiet that allows those sounds to exist. I am writing this all down, now not because I expect you to believe me. I have made my peace with being disbelieved. I am writing this because it is the only thing I have left. It is an attempt to take the chaotic, terrifying data points of my experience and arrange them into a logical, linear narrative. It is the last act of a scientist trying to make sense of the senseless. Or perhaps it is a warning. The worst part is not the memory of the creature's featureless face or its insect-like finger. The human mind, for all its fragility, can eventually file away even the most traumatic images. The worst part is the sound, the hum. The memory of that deep, world-unmaking vibration has become the foundation of my fear. Sometimes, late at night, in the brief lulls between passing trucks and distant sirens, I think I can hear it. It's just at the lowest registers of my hearing. A faint thrumming that makes the fillings in my teeth ache. I don't know if it's real, or if it's just the echo of a memory, a form of auditory PTSD. That uncertainty is the cruelest torture. Is it just a ghost in my own mind? Or is the source of that sound still out there, listening for me across the miles? Is it patient? Is it waiting? I don't know the answers. All I know is that I have to keep the noise turned up. I have to drown out the quiet, because the silence is where it lives. And I'm beginning to run out of noise. My name is Elias Thorne, and I am the man they send to greet you at the end of the world. The sound of the Boeing C-17's engines winding down is a familiar death rattle. For the 8 souls on board, it's the last gasp of the world they knew. For me, standing on the plowed snow runway, it's just the start of another cycle. The air is a razor. At negative 30 degrees Celsius, it doesn't just feel cold, it feels solid, a physical presence that scrapes the warmth from your lungs. Our station, Outpost 0, sits at an altitude of nearly 800 meters, and the air is thin enough to make your thoughts feel slow and syrupy. The ramp lowered with a hydraulic sigh, vomiting a rectangle of warm, stale air into the pristine hostility of the Antarctic plateau. One by one, they descended, blinking against the brutal, featureless white that stretched to a horizon so clean it felt like a surgical cut. Antarctica is the world's largest ice desert, a fact people hear but cannot comprehend until they are standing in it, tiny, fragile speck of biology in a mineral wasteland. I assessed them as they huddled together, their brand new, brightly colored parkas, a pathetic defiance against the monochrome emptiness. They were the usual mix of scientific brilliance and support, staff, grit that keeps these places from collapsing. There was Lena, the doctor. Her face was calm, her eyes sharp and analytical, already taking in the environment, logging the data. She was a professional. She would be fine, at least for a while. Next to her, stamping his feet more for show than warmth, was Harris, the mechanic. Broad-shouldered, loud, with a beard that was already starting to collect frost. He was grinning, slapping a colleague on the back. He saw this as an adventure, a challenge to be wrestled into submission. His type was the most likely to break. And then there was Aris. Young, with the kind of sharp, intelligent features that broadcast a lifetime of being the smartest person in any room. An atmospheric scientist, one of the best in his field. They'd told me. He wasn't looking at the station or his new colleagues. He was staring out at the ice sheet, his expression one of profound, arrogant curiosity. He saw this place not as a danger, but as a problem to be solved, a system to be understood and mastered. He was the most dangerous of all. I let them have a moment to be overwhelmed before I stepped forward. "Welcome to Outpost 0, I said. My voice was flat, carrying easily in the thin, dry air. "I am Elias Thorne. I'm your indoctrination lead. Follow me. The tour is brief, and the rules are mandatory." I led them toward the station. Outpost Zero is an architectural marvel, a triumph of engineering designed to survive in a place nature never intended for life. It's a string of 8 modular pods, connected by articulated corridors and perched on massive hydraulic legs that allow us to climb out of the accumulating snow. It's a design heavily inspired by the British Halley VI station, the world's first fully relocatable research facility. 7 of the pods are a sterile, functional blue. The central, larger pod is a vibrant, almost violent red. From the air, it looks like a single drop of blood on a vast, white sheet, an artificial gash in the purity of the void. We entered through the airlock into the red module, the station's heart. The contrast was a deliberate psychological tool. Outside was an assault of wind, cold, and blinding light. Inside was a sanctuary engineered to counteract the psychological toll of isolation. The air was warm and smelled faintly of wood. The walls were lined with special cedar veneers, chosen because their natural scent provides a sensory link to a green world we would not see for a year. The layout was open plan, designed to encourage community and prevent the formation of the isolated cliques that can turn toxic in confinement. I had them shed their outer gear and gather in the communal area. You'll get the full technical and safety briefing tomorrow. I began, my tone the same one I used for every rotation. Tonight is about the fundamentals, the core principles of life at Zero. I started with the mundane, the rules that ground them in a reality they can understand. The work week is 54 hours, 9 hours a day, Monday through Saturday. Everyone pulls community duties. Waste management is absolute. Everything is sorted, compacted, and shipped back to the mainland. Nothing gets left behind. Water is our most precious resource. It's melted from a glacial reservoir deep beneath the station, a process that consumes enormous energy. Your showers are timed to 3 minutes. The toilets are a vacuum flush system like on an aircraft. They use 1 liter of water per flush, not 10. You will learn to appreciate this efficiency. Lena was taking notes in a small, waterproof notebook. Harris was listening with half an ear, his eyes scanning the architecture. Eris was watching me, a faint, skeptical frown on his lips. These are the station's operational protocols. I continued, my voice never changing inflection. Now for the station's survival protocols. You will commit these to memory. They are not negotiable. They are not open to interpretation. They are the reason we are still here. I paused, letting my gaze sweep over them. Rule 3. All reflections are to be considered unreliable. Do not stare into polished metal, helmet visors, still water, or the station windows after dark. If you observe a discrepancy in a reflection, movement where there is none, a shape that does not belong, you will turn away immediately and report it to me. Do not describe what you saw. Simply state the location and the rule number. Harris let out a short, disbelieving laugh. I ignored him. Rule 7. The daylight simulation lamp in your quarters is a piece of medical equipment designed to regulate your circadian rhythms and combat seasonal affective disorder during the polar night. It must remain active on its prescribed cycle at all times. Covering the lamp, disabling it, or otherwise interfering with its function is a level 1 breach of protocol. Rule 12. The station's ventilation system is a complex network. It produces a wide variety of acoustic signatures. If you believe you hear your name whispered from a ventilation shaft, you are mistaken. It is an auditory illusion caused by wind pressure and atmospheric density. Acknowledging the sound, verbally or otherwise, is a level 2 breach. The room was silent now. Harris's smirk was gone. Lena's pen had stopped moving. She was just staring at me. Rule 16. You will not build effigies. No snowmen, no human-like shapes from snow ice or any other material. This is a zero-tolerance protocol. I let the last rule hang in the air. The juxtaposition of such a bizarre command with the life or death seriousness of my delivery is designed to shock the system, to bypass intellectual skepticism and embed itself directly into the primal brain. It's a catechism of ice, and they must learn to recite it without question. It was Aris who spoke first, his voice calm and reasonable, which was far more dangerous than Harris's scoffing. "Mr. Thorne," he said, "I appreciate the need for psychological discipline in an environment like this, but with all due respect, some of these rules sound like institutionalized superstition. What is the scientific basis for Rule 3, for example? Are you suggesting a flaw in the laws of optics?" I met his gaze. It's a critical moment, the first challenge to the established order. My response sets the tone for the entire year. The scientific basis, Dr. Aris, is a data set compiled from 8 prior expeditions and the operational histories of Holly V and Ether before that. It's a data set of incidents, disappearances, and catastrophic equipment failures, all correlated with breaches of these specific protocols. The why is irrelevant. The correlation is absolute. You are a scientist. Trust the data. Do not test the hypothesis. My answer left no room for debate. It reframed his scientific skepticism as unscientific recklessness. He held my gaze for a moment longer, his jaw tight, before giving a curt, almost imperceptible nod. The first battle was won, but I knew, with the weary certainty of long experience, that the war was just beginning. Your room assignments are on the board. Get settled. Dinner is at 1900 hours. Do not be late. They dispersed, their earlier excitement replaced by a quiet, unnerved tension. I watched them go, then began my own patrol, a slow circuit of the station's connecting corridors. The architecture was brilliant, but it was still just a machine, a fragile shell of warmth and order in an ocean of chaos. As I passed the corridor leading to the science modules, I saw him. Aris. He had stopped midway down the hall, standing before one of the massive, triple, glazed panoramic windows that looked out onto the endless ice. The 24-hour summer sun was low, casting long, distorted shadows. The outer pane of the window was coated in a fine layer of wind-scarred frost, but the inner panes were clear, creating a faint, layered reflection. He was staring at his own image. I stopped in the shadows of a connecting junction, watching. He was unaware of my presence. He leaned closer to the glass, so close his breath should have fogged it, but the station's powerful dehumidifiers kept the surface pristine. He tilted his head, a small, analytical motion, and then a faint, curious smile touched his lips. It was not a smile of vanity or pleasure. It was a smile of discovery, as if the faint, ghostly image looking back at him from the depths of the glass had just shown him something new, something interesting. He was testing the hypothesis already, and in the silent, sterile corridor of Outpost Zero, I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature outside. The first month passed in a blur of structured monotony. This was a critical phase, the settling. The initial shock of the continent, its scale, its hostility, its profound emptiness, gives way to the grinding reality of the work schedule. 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, anchored by the communal meals that were the bedrock of our social structure. In this engineered world, routine is the first line of defense against the psychological erosion of isolation. I watched them. It's the most important part of my job. I saw the subtle shifts as the continent worked its way under their skin. Harris, the mechanic, lost some of his boisterous swagger. The relentless wind that howled outside the workshop, a constant katabatic flow off the high plateau, seemed to score away his easy confidence. He became quieter, more focused on his work, the grin replaced by a tight, professional line. Lena, the doctor, was my baseline for normalcy. She established her clinic, ran the mandatory monthly health checks, and kept meticulous records. She'd started tracking sleep patterns and mood fluctuations across the crew, standard procedure for winter, over personnel who are prone to a host of psychological maladies, from anxiety to the full-blown winter over syndrome. She was a rock, and I found myself using my brief check-ins with her as a way to calibrate my own perceptions. And then there was Aris. He was, by all accounts, a brilliant success. The data flowing from his atmospheric sensors was pristine. He was mapping geospace phenomena with a clarity no one had achieved before, taking full advantage of our position in the auroral zone. He was courteous, efficient, and intellectually generous in the daily briefings. He was also, I knew, a liar. I never saw him stare at a window again. He was too smart for that. Instead, his experiments with Rule 3 became more subtle. I'd see him in the galley, polishing the back of a spoon with a napkin, his eyes focused on the distorted reflection for a fraction of a second too long. In the comms room, he'd angle a blank monitor screen just so, catching his own image in the dark glass while pretending to read a technical manual. He was gathering data, treating our survival protocol like a quaint native custom he was indulging, while secretly analyzing its foundational superstitions. He was a cancer of curiosity, and I had no way to cut him out without proof. The first real tremor came on a Tuesday, 5 weeks in. I was in my office, reviewing power consumption logs, a task of infinite boredom that is nonetheless critical to our survival, when Harris appeared at my door. "Got a minute, Ely?" he asked. He'd dropped the formal thorn a week ago. Always. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. His face was pale under his tan, and the usual grease stains on his hands seemed like dark bruises. "It's probably nothing," he started, the classic preamble to something that is definitely not nothing. "The wind. It does weird things in the vents. You said so yourself." "I did," I confirmed, my posture not changing.
Yeah, well,
I was in the main workshop under the primary air handler, and I heard something. He wouldn't meet my eyes, focusing instead on a schematic of the station's water reclamation system on my wall. Sounded like my name. Harris. Just once, real quiet. "Auditory illusion," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "Pareidolia. The brain creates patterns from random noise, wind pressure, atmospheric density. Rule 12. "Right. Yeah, auditory illusion." He nodded, but the motion was jerky, unconvinced. "Thing is, Illy, it sounded like my daughter." I felt a knot tighten in my gut. This was new. The whispers were usually indistinct, just a sibilant breath that could be mistaken for a name. For it to mimic a specific, beloved voice was a dangerous escalation. "The human mind is a powerful thing, Harris," I said, keeping my voice level. "In an environment with this level of sensory deprivation, it latches onto familiar things. It's a known symptom of prolonged isolation. You miss your family. Your brain is filling in the gaps." He finally looked at me, his eyes pleading for reassurance. "So I just ignore it." "You do more than ignore it. You do not acknowledge it. You do not wait for it to happen again. You do not mention it to anyone else. You put it out of your mind and you get back to work. That is the protocol. It exists for a reason." He swallowed hard and nodded again, this time with more conviction. "Right. Protocol. Got it." He left, and I watched him walk down the corridor, his shoulders hunched. I made a note in my private log. Harris. Vent. Auditory hallucination. Specific. Monitor closely. The incident unsettled the station's fragile equilibrium. at least for me. I started noticing things. The way people would pause for a moment too long in the corridors, tilting their heads as if listening for a sound they couldn't quite place. The slight increase in prescriptions for sleep aids that Lena mentioned in our next check-in. The station was breathing, and we were the microbes living in its lungs. My attention, however, remained fixed on Aris. His intellectual arrogance was a far greater threat than a mechanic's momentary fear. A week after Harris's visit, I found what I was looking for. Aris's lab was at the far end of the Blue Science module, a space filled with humming racks of equipment and displays showing elegant swirls of atmospheric data. He was meticulous, but I had a master key and a reason. I went in when he was on his mandatory recreation hour in the gym. Taped to the side of a spectrometer, almost completely hidden from casual view, was a small, perfectly polished square of beryllium, no bigger than a thumbnail. It was angled toward his primary workstation. It was a mirror, a purpose-built, scientifically calibrated mirror. He wasn't just glancing at incidental reflections anymore. He was conducting a formal experiment. I didn't remove it. That would be a declaration of war. Instead, I waited. I found him that evening in the Red Module's social area, reading a book. The large, open, planned space was designed to prevent clicks, but it also meant there were few places for a private conversation. "Perfect, Dr. Aris," I said, standing over him. He looked up, his expression one of mild, academic inquiry. "Elias, is there a problem?" "The beryllium sample on your spectrometer. It's not standard equipment." His composure didn't slip, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not guilt, but annoyance. The irritation of a grandmaster whose opponent has stumbled upon his strategy by accident. "It's for a calibration test," he said smoothly. "I'm checking for minute vibrations in the housing. The laser reflection from a polished surface is a simple way to detect microtremors." It was a plausible lie. A brilliant one, even. But it was a lie. All structural and environmental monitoring is routed through my office, Aris. If you have a concern about vibration, you bring it to me. You do not conduct your own freelance diagnostics, and you certainly don't do it using a mirror in direct violation of a primary survival protocol. He closed his book, marking his page with his finger. "With all due respect, the rule is about not staring into reflections. It's a psychological directive to prevent obsessive behavior in a closed environment. I am using a tool for a scientific purpose. I am observing refracted light, not my own face. You are splitting hairs to justify breaking a rule you don't understand," I said, my voice dropping lower. "You think these are suggestions? They are not. They are the sutures holding this place together. And you are pulling at the threads. Or perhaps," he countered, his voice sharp with intellectual condescension, "I am trying to understand the underlying phenomena that led to these superstitions in the first place. What if unreliable reflections are not a psychological issue, but a physical one? A localized warping of space-time, perhaps, or a quantum entanglement effect unique to the polar geospace. Isn't it our duty as scientists to investigate, not to blindly obey?" His arrogance was breathtaking. He was framing his recklessness as a noble pursuit of knowledge. He was willing to risk all our lives for a footnote in one of his papers. Before I could respond, the lights in the station flickered. Once, twice, then they died completely, plunging the vast red module into absolute, terrifying darkness. The only light was the faint, ghostly emergency strip lighting along the floor. The hum of the life support systems, the constant background noise of our existence, fell silent. A collective gasp went through the room. In the sudden, profound silence, Another sound became audible. A soft, wet, scraping noise. It was coming from the panoramic window that lined the far wall. A window that was now a perfect 50-foot wide black mirror. And in that mirror, illuminated only by the faint green floor lights, something was moving. It wasn't a reflection of anyone in the room. It was tall and thin, and it was crawling on the other side of the glass. For a frozen second that stretched into an eternity, there was only the sound. A slick, dragging scrape against the outer pane of the window. My training, hammered into my psyche over 8 deployments, took over. My own fear was a distant, clinical thing. The panic in the room was the immediate threat. Rule 3! My voice was a gunshot in the dark. Look away from the window! Eyes on me! Now! A few people screamed. Someone stumbled and fell. But my command, devoid of panic and filled with absolute authority, cut through the terror. I heard the shuffle of feet, the averted gazes. I didn't turn. I kept my back to the window, my eyes scanning the terrified faces of the crew, illuminated in the ghostly green emergency lighting. I saw Harris, his face a mask of primal horror. I saw Lena, her professional calm shattered, her hand clamped over her mouth. And I saw Aris. He was the last to turn away. His face was slack, his intellectual arrogance sandblasted away by a single, impossible observation. The blood had drained from his face, leaving behind a waxy, gray pallor. He had seen it. He had looked right at it. He had tested the hypothesis, and the results were in. An eternity later. In reality, perhaps 15 seconds, the emergency generators coughed to life with a deep, guttural roar. The main lights flickered on, flooding the red module with a harsh, sterile brilliance. The sudden light was as shocking as the darkness had been. I turned slowly. The window was empty. Outside, there was only the endless, indifferent white of the ice sheet under the low-hanging sun. The scraping sound was gone. There was nothing. No tracks. No disturbance in the wind-packed snow. Nothing. System reboot. I announced, my voice still flat, betraying none of the cold dread coiling in my stomach. A coronal mass ejection likely triggered a cascade failure in the primary power grid. The backup is stable. Harris, with me. We'll run a diagnostic. It was a lie, but it was a necessary one. A plausible, scientific lie to paper over the gaping wound that had just been torn in our reality. People need explanations. They need order. The truth was not something they could handle. The truth was that the station's safety systems had not failed. They had been bypassed. Harris followed me like a sleepwalker as I moved toward the engineering hub. Lena intercepted us. Wyas, what was that? People are terrified. We need to talk about what just happened. We will, I said, not breaking my stride. At the 08,000 briefing. For now, everyone returns to their quarters. The station is secure. That's the official word. And the unofficial one? She pressed, her voice low. I stopped and looked at her. For the first time, I let a sliver of the truth show in my eyes. The unofficial word. Doctor, is that one of your colleagues has been conducting unauthorized experiments, and he got a result. I left her standing there and proceeded with Harris to the power control room. The logs were a mess of corrupted data, but the core truth was clear. It wasn't a surge from outside that caused the blackout. It was a drain from inside, a massive, instantaneous power draw that had shorted out the primary conduits. Something had fed on our station's energy, the fragile sense of community, so carefully engineered with open plan layouts and cedar, scented walls shattered overnight. Fear is a solvent for civilization. The crew retreated into themselves. Meals in the galley became tense, silent affairs. People avoided the panoramic windows, walking in the center of the corridors, their eyes down. The station, once a marvel of engineering, now felt like a tomb. The psychological hibernation that researchers sometimes enter to cope with the isolation had been replaced by a state of vigilant dread. The whispers from the vents grew more frequent. 2 more crew members reported hearing their names, this time not as faint illusions, but as sharp, clear sounds. I gave them the same protocol-driven dismissal, but the words felt hollow. The line between psychological stress and external phenomena had blurred into non-existence. My primary concern was Aris. He had locked himself in his lab. When I used my master key, I found him not in a state of catatonia, but a frantic, obsessive work. The small beryllium mirror lay in a corner, shattered, its polished surface now a spider web of fractures. Aris was surrounded by his monitors, but the elegant displays of atmospheric data were gone. Instead, the screens were filled with raw static, endless fields of digital noise from his most sensitive instruments. "It's not in the signal, Elias," he whispered, not looking at me. His eyes were red, rimmed, his face illuminated by the flickering screens. "I've been looking for it in the signal for weeks. A particle, an energy wave, something to explain the anomalies. But I was wrong. It's not in the signal." He pointed a trembling finger at a screen filled with what looked like television snow. "It's in the noise, the gaps, the spaces between the data points. There's a pattern, a geometry. It's not random." His scientific curiosity had metastasized into a terrified obsession. He had poked the abyss, and now he was desperately trying to map its contours. He was broken, and a broken man in a place like this is a liability of the highest order. "Shut it down, Aris," I ordered. "No, I'm close to something," he hissed, turning to face me, his eyes wild. "Don't you see? The reflections weren't the cause. They were the medium!" A way of focusing attention, of establishing a connection. "It learns through observation. My observation!" He was right. I knew he was right. But admitting it would be to admit that the situation was beyond my control. "You are relieved of your duties," I said, my voice cold. "You are confined to your quarters. Lena will be by to see you." He just laughed, a high, unhinged sound that echoed in the sterile lab. "You can't stop it now. The door's been opened." I left him there, sealing the lab behind me. The situation was deteriorating faster than any I had ever experienced. The rules were failing because they were predicated on a degree of compliance that fear had eroded. I felt like a man trying to patch a collapsing dam with his bare hands. 3 days later, with the polar night now fully upon us, plunging us into 24-hour darkness, the final protocol was breached. I was doing a perimeter check on the station's exterior sensor arrays, a routine I performed myself. The wind was a physical blow, the cold so intense it felt like fire. In the powerful beam of my headlamp, the station behind me was a fragile island of light and warmth in a sea of blackness and ice. About 100 meters from the station, my beam caught something, a shape. It was where no shape should be. I approached cautiously, my ice axe held ready. It was a figure, roughly human-sized, standing alone on the ice sheet. My first thought was that someone had gone outside, a catastrophic breach of safety. But as I got closer, I saw that it wasn't a person. It was an effigy. It was in compliance with the letter of Rule 16, but not its spirit. It wasn't made of snow. It was sculpted from pure, black ice. The surface was impossibly smooth, like polished obsidian, and it seemed to drink the light from my headlamp. It had no features, no face, no limbs, but the shape was unmistakably, unnervingly humanoid. It looked less like it was built, and more like it had been extruded from the ice sheet itself. The ice it was made of was different from the surrounding snow and fern. It was dark, clear, as if drawn from the ancient subglacial water deep below. I stood before it, the wind howling around me, trying to process the sheer impossibility of the thing. Who could have made this? When? And with what tools? Then, a cold realization washed over me, a cold that had nothing to do with the 60-degree air. I turned, tracing a line of sight from the effigy back to the station. The black ice figure was positioned perfectly, unerringly, in front of the single panoramic window of the blue science module. It was standing directly in front of Aris's lab. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a threat. It was an answer, a response in a conversation I didn't understand. The hypothesis had been tested, the connection had been made, and now, out in the endless dark, something was patiently waiting, and it was learning our shape. The walk back to the station was the longest of my life. The wind tore at me, a physical manifestation of the chaos that had been unleashed, but the cold in my bones was from a source far deeper than the polar atmosphere. The effigy was not just a breach of protocol, it was a declaration. A line had been crossed, not by us, but for us. I didn't bother with stealth. I strode through the silent corridors, my heavy boots echoing like drumbeats of doom. The few crew members I passed shrank away from the look on my face. I went straight to the science module and keyed open Aris's lab. The scene inside was worse than I had imagined. Aris hadn't slept. His eyes were blazing with a feverish, ecstatic light. The screens no longer showed random static. They displayed intricate, shifting geometric patterns, nightmarish mandalas of impossible angles and self-folding dimensions. It was the geometry of a seizure, the architecture of madness. "Look, Elias!" he breathed, his voice hoarse with discovery. He pointed to the largest screen, where a complex, spidery shape was slowly rotating. "It's beautiful, isn't it? It's not just noise. It's a language, a consciousness defined by absence. It exists in the spaces our reality doesn't fill." "The effigy, Aris," I said, my voice dangerously quiet. "Did you see it?" A beatific smile spread across his face. "It saw me. It's a gift. A self-portrait. It's showing me what it looks like. It's learning our concept of form, of self. It's trying to relate." "It's a predator, Aris! A mimic! And you've laid out a welcome mat and taught it our name!" "You're still thinking in terms of biology," he scoffed, his arrogance returning, twisted into a new, messianic form of predator and prey. "This is something else entirely. This is contact." As he spoke, the lights in the lab began to pulse in time with the rotating geometry on the screen. A low hum vibrated through the floor, a sound that felt like it was resonating directly with my bones. "What have you done?" I demanded, grabbing the front of his jumpsuit. "I've answered," he whispered, his eyes locked on the screen. "I've let it know we're listening." Then all hell broke loose. It started not with a bang, but with a sound. From the station's ventilation system, the whispers returned. But they were no longer whispers. They were a chorus. Every crew member's name, spoken in the voices of their most loved and most feared. I heard my own name in my father's disappointed tone, a ghost I hadn't confronted in 20 years. From down the hall, a scream confirmed others were hearing their own private demons. The main power grid didn't just fail, it was devoured. The darkness that fell was absolute, a physical pressure. The emergency lights didn't even try to come on. The hum intensified, and with it came the scraping. It was everywhere. From the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath our feet. It was the sound of something impossibly large, dragging itself through the station's superstructure, through the very bones of our sanctuary. The triple, glazed window in Aris's lab began to craze, not from an impact, but from an internal pressure. The layers of glass separated, and between them, a dark, oily liquid seemed to weep into the vacuum, freezing into fractal patterns of black ice. I knew then that the rules were dead. The catechism of ice was a prayer against a god that had now arrived. There was only one protocol left: survival. I grabbed the emergency flare kit from the wall mount and ignited one. The brilliant, chemical red light filled the room, casting our shadows long and monstrous. In the flare's glare, the patterns on the screens writhed. Aris stared, mesmerized. "It's here," he breathed. "It's anchored to you, Aris," I snarled, dragging him away from the monitors. "You're the connection. We have to break it." He fought me, a surprising strength in his wary frame.
No, you'll ruin it.
This is the greatest discovery in human history. The corridor outside the lab was a nightmare. The walls seemed to bend, the perspective shifting like a broken lens. The cedar panels, meant to soothe our minds with the scent of home, were splintering, weeping a black, sap-like substance. The very architecture of the station, designed to promote psychological well-being, was being weaponized against us. I dragged Aris through the chaos, toward the main airlock in the central red module. The scraping sound was closer now, coalescing just behind us. I didn't dare look back. I knew I wouldn't see a monster of flesh and blood. I would see the station itself twisting into a new, malevolent geometry, the shape from Aris's screen given physical form. We burst into the red module. The rest of the crew were huddled together, screaming, their minds broken by the auditory assault. Harris was on his knees, clawing at his ears, sobbing his daughter's name. I shoved Aris toward the outer airlock door. "You wanted to meet it so badly," I roared over the cacophony.
Here's your chance.
His eyes widened in sudden, final understanding. The scientist in him died, and the terrified man was born.
No, Elias! Please! I was wrong!
"Don't." My hand was on the emergency release. This was not in any manual. This was not a protocol. This was a choice born of desperation, to sacrifice one to save the rest, to commit murder to prevent an extinction. But I couldn't do it. Not like this. Instead, I shoved him into the airlock chamber and hit the cycle button. The inner door hissed shut, sealing him inside. The scraping sound outside the door intensified, clawing at the metal. "What are you doing?" Lena screamed at me.
Severing the connection!
I yelled back. I looked through the small porthole in the inner door. Aris was pounding on the outer door, his face a mask of pure terror. Through the thick glass, I could see the outer door's surface beginning to frost over in those same black, fractal patterns. The station's main power conduit ran directly beneath the airlock module. It was a desperate gamble, a hypothesis of my own. I smashed the glass on the fire control panel, grabbing the heavy axe. With a scream of rage and terror, I brought it down on the main power conduit access plate. Sparks flew. I struck it again and again, the impacts jarring my entire body. The metal groaned, then tore open. Inside, the station's lifeblood pulsed. A thick, shielded cable carrying all the power from the generators. The scraping on the airlock door was frantic now. The metal was beginning to buckle inward. I raised the axe one last time and brought it down on the cable itself. The world ended in a flash of blue, white light, and a sound that was the opposite of silence. The energy discharge threw me across the room. The station's remaining systems died with a final, agonizing groan. The scraping stopped. The chorus of voices fell silent. All that remained was the howl of the wind outside and the darkness. The official report cites a catastrophic failure of the primary power conduit, triggering a fire and a full station blackout. Dr. Aris, trapped in the airlock during the event, died of asphyxiation before he could be reached. A tragedy, An accident. The 7 of us who survived were evacuated at the first possible light, months later. We never spoke of what really happened. There were no words for it. We were a crew of ghosts, haunted by the geometry of fear. I am the only one who returned to the ice. They say it's a sign of my resilience, my dedication. They don't understand. I didn't come back for them. I came back for it. I stand at the panoramic window of the newly rebuilt Outpost Zero, looking out at the endless, pristine white. The new recruits are due to arrive tomorrow. I have their files. I have my speech. And I have a new unwritten rule, one that will never be in any official manual. Rule 0. Antarctica is not empty. It is listening. Do not speak to it. Do not look for patterns in the noise. Do not, under any circumstances, let it know you are here. Because I can feel it, sometimes in the quiet moments. A faint vibration in the ice beneath my feet. It's waiting, it's patient, and it remembers its shape. My name is Liam Henderson. Before this summer, I was a 20-year-old urbanite, a student of computational sciences at the University of Regina, and a firm believer in logic, reason, and the reassuring predictability of code. My world was one of defined parameters and solvable problems. The supernatural was a genre of fiction, not a variable in the equation of my life, but tuition fees are a harsh reality, and my part-time job at a campus coffee shop wasn't going to cut it. That's how I found myself scrolling through the provincial youth employment and skills program website, looking for something, anything, that paid well. The advertisement stood out. Summer farm hand required for family, owned grain farm, remote location, hard work essential, room and board provided, excellent compensation. The listed pay was more than excellent, it was suspicious. It was double what any other manual labor job was offering. The farm was located in the rural municipality of Stonehenge No. 73, a name that sounded more like a historical landmark than a place people actually lived. Against my better judgment, driven by the looming deadline for my tuition payment, I applied. 2 days later, I received a short, typewritten email from a Mr. Silas Gable. It said, "You are suitable. Arrive on the 1st of June. Directions are attached." There was no interview, no phone call. That should have been my second warning. I ignored it. The drive out was a lesson in the deceptive nature of the prairies. At first, it was beautiful. Saskatchewan is called the land of living skies for a reason. The sky was an immense, impossibly blue dome, punctuated by towering white clouds that looked solid enough to walk on. Golden fields of canola and young wheat stretched out on either side of the highway, an endless carpet of vibrant life. But as I turned off the main highway and onto a series of smaller, gravel roads, the beauty began to feel oppressive. The landscape flattened into a perfect, featureless plain. The sky, once a symbol of freedom, now felt like a giant, unblinking eye. There were no hills, no significant landmarks, just the straight line of the road cutting through the immense, silent fields. An hour into the back roads, my phone lost its signal. The comforting blue dot of my GPS vanished, leaving me with only Silas Gable's printed, slightly archaic directions. The isolation was no longer a concept. It was a physical presence, a weight in the air. This wasn't just being out of the city. This was being removed from the world. Finally, after a drive that felt like it had taken days, I saw it. A cluster of buildings rising from the plains like a forgotten island in a sea of grass. The Gable Farm. The main farmhouse was a 2-story structure that looked like it had been ordered from an Eaton's catalog a century ago. A classic mill cut house designed for prairie settlers. It had a low, pitched roof and a wide, wraparound porch. though the porch sagged on one corner as if tired of holding itself up. Beside the main staircase, I could see the dull colors of a stained glass window, a strange touch of elegance in the otherwise starkly practical setting. A large, weathered barn stood nearby, along with several smaller outbuildings and, most noticeably, a stone-lined root cellar with a heavy wooden door set into a small mound of earth. As I pulled my car to a stop, the front door of the house opened. A man and a woman stepped out onto the porch. They had to be Elspeth and Silas Gable. They were both in their late 60s, gaunt and weathered as the land itself. Silas was tall and thin, with a face full of deep lines. Elspeth was smaller, her gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, her eyes watchful and still. They didn't smile or wave. They just stood there, waiting, their silence more unnerving than any shouted greeting could have been. "Lamb Henderson," Silas stated. It wasn't a question. His voice was dry, like rustling leaves. "Yes, sir, Mr. Gable," I said, trying to sound cheerful. "The work is hard," Elspeth said, her voice a low murmur. "You'll earn your keep." They showed me to my room on the second floor. It was small, clean, and sparse, with a single bed, a dresser, and a window that looked out over the endless fields. After I'd dropped my bag, Silas led me back downstairs to the kitchen. He handed me a single sheet of laminated paper. The text was typewritten, the letters slightly uneven. "The rules," he said, his tone leaving no room for discussion. "You follow them. You don't ask why. You just do. This is how you stay safe here." I took the sheet and read it. My initial thought was that they were just overly cautious, perhaps a bit eccentric, the way people who live in isolation can be. But as I read further, a cold knot of unease began to form in my stomach. These weren't just safety guidelines. Something was deeply wrong with them. 1. Your workday begins at sunrise and ends at sunset. Do not be outside the farmhouse between these times. No exceptions. 2. The barn door must be latched from the outside at all times. Even if you are inside, use the inner bolt only in an emergency. 3. All tools must be cleaned and returned to the workshop before dusk. Do not leave tools in the fields overnight. They will not be there in the morning. 4. You will be provided with 3 meals a day. Eat what is given to you. Do not bring your own food onto the property. 5. The well water is for the land and the livestock only. Your drinking water is from the cistern. Do not confuse them. 6. If you see something in the fields that looks out of place, a shape, a color, a movement, do not approach it. Look away and continue your work. It is not for you. 7. Do not harm the crows. They are watching, but they are not the ones you should fear. 8. When you hear the whistling at night, stay in your room. Do not look out the window. It is only the wind. I looked up from the list, a dozen questions on my lips. What happens if I'm outside after sunset? What's in the barn that needs to be latched in? What will take the tools? But the look on Silas's face, a flat, impassive wall, stopped me. The rules weren't a negotiation. They were the terms of my employment, and perhaps my survival. The Gables weren't just strange. They were acting like keepers of a fragile truce I couldn't comprehend. My summer job, the one I took to pay for my classes in logic and reason, had just introduced a new set of parameters. They were illogical, unsettling, and terrifyingly absolute. The whistling at night. That was the one that truly got under my skin. I had heard the wind on the prairies my whole life. It howls, it screams, it moans. But it doesn't whistle. That night, as I lay in the unfamiliar bed in the silent house, I tried to rationalize it all. The Gables were just superstitious country folk. The rules were their way of dealing with the profound loneliness of this place. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into an ocean of darkness that seemed to press against the window panes, I felt a genuine, primal fear. I was miles from anyone, without a phone signal, in a house with two strangers and a list of rules that felt less like precautions and more like the commandments of some forgotten, malevolent god. And I had a sinking feeling that I was about to find out why each one of them existed. The first week was a blur of grueling, monotonous labor that seemed designed to grind down my body and spirit. My days were governed by the sun, just as Rule 1 dictated. From the moment the first sliver of light appeared on the eastern horizon until the last ember of sunset faded in the west, I was in the fields. I mended what felt like 100 miles of barbed wire fence. I walked the endless rows of lentil and chickpea crops, clearing rocks from the soil, my back aching and my hands raw. The work was relentless, the sun was merciless, and the silence was absolute, broken only by the wind and the cawing of the ever-present crows. The crows were unnerving. They sat on the fence posts and the roof of the barn, their black eyes following my every move. I remembered Rule 79. Do not harm the crows. They are watching, but they are not the ones you should fear. It was the second part of that rule that haunted me. If the crows weren't the ones to fear, who was? I began to feel the weight of Rule 6. The sheer scale of the prairie landscape played tricks on the eyes. At the periphery of my vision, where the vibrant yellow of a canola field met the endless blue of the sky, I would catch flickers of movement. A ripple in the sea of yellow when there was no wind. A shape too tall and thin to be a deer that would vanish the moment I turned to look at it directly. Each time, I would force myself to look away, my heart pounding, and repeat the words in my head, "It is not for you." The first real test of the rules came a week into my stay. A small, dusty-looking border collie, clearly a stray, wandered onto the property, its tongue lolling out in the heat. It trotted towards me, tail giving a hopeful wag. I'm a dog person. My first instinct was to kneel, to offer it some water from my canteen. I was about to call out to it when the screen door of the farmhouse slammed open. Elspeth stood on the porch, her face a mask of pure, undiluted terror. "Inside!" she shrieked, her voice cracking with a panic I hadn't thought her capable of. "Get in the workshop. Now." Her fear was so absolute, so contagious, that I didn't question it. I scrambled into the nearby workshop and slid the heavy wooden door shut. A moment later, I heard a single, sharp yelp from outside, cut off with sickening finality. Then, silence. I stayed in the dark, musty workshop for what felt like an hour, my hands shaking. When I finally emerged, the dog was gone. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle. But I saw Silas walking back from the spot where the dog had been, carrying an empty bucket. He had been to the well. He had used the well water, the water that Rule 5 said was only for the land and the livestock, to wash the spot clean. It wasn't just water. It was for cleansing, for erasing. My attempts to rationalize the Gable's behavior crumbled. This was not superstition. This was real. My isolation felt more profound than ever. I checked my phone a dozen times a day, hoping for a single bar of service, but there was nothing. One evening, I tried the old rotary phone in the hallway, only to be met with a dead, hollow silence. When I asked Elspeth about it, she just stared at me with those flat, gray eyes and said, "We have no one to call." The statement was so simple, so final, it chilled me to the bone. A few days later, I made my first mistake. Exhausted after a 14-hour day, I left a heavy wrench lying in the field by a fence post I'd been repairing. I didn't realize it until I was lying in bed that night. I violated Rule 3. I thought about sneaking out to get it, but the memory of Elspeth's scream and the dog's yelp kept me frozen in my room. The next morning, I went to the spot. The wrench was gone. In its place, sitting perfectly on top of the fence post, was a small, crude doll made of twisted twigs and dried grass. It was bound together with something I recognized with a jolt of horror, the black and white lace from one of my own running shoes. The message was clear. The threat was no longer general, it was personal. Whatever was out there knew who I was. When I returned to the house, pale and shaken, Elspeth was waiting for me in the kitchen. She didn't ask what was wrong. She already knew. She simply placed another laminated sheet on the table. "You've been careless," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. "The rules have changed. You need to be more careful." I picked up the new list. The original 8 rules were still there, but 4 new ones had been added at the bottom. Reading them, I felt the last of my rational world slip away. 9. If you find an object that is not yours, do not touch it. Announce, "This is not mine to take," and walk away without looking back. 10. The root cellar door is to remain bolted. The preserves inside are not for eating. They are an offering. 11. Do not wear anything shiny. No watches, no belt buckles, no polished boots. It draws their attention. 12. If you cut yourself, you must bleed on the soil. Do not wipe the blood away. The land is owed its share. I stared at the list, my mind reeling. Rule 11 felt like something out of ancient folklore, a warning about attracting fairies or spirits who covet shiny things. Rule 12 was even worse. The land is owed its share. It framed the farm not as a place of business, but of sacrifice. And Rule 10, the one about the root cellar, sparked a new, terrible curiosity. What preserves required such a stark warning? My presence here had upset some delicate balance. The Gables weren't just my employers, they were wardens, struggling to manage a pact with an unseen, territorial power. I was the new, unpredictable element, a liability they were trying to control with new, more explicit instructions. The horror wasn't just that the rules were real, but that they were dynamic. They could change. And with each change, the cage around me grew smaller, and the nature of the thing I was being protected from, or perhaps being prepared for, grew terrifyingly clearer. I was no longer just working on a farm. I was navigating a minefield of ancient rituals, and I had just learned that stepping on a mine doesn't just kill you. It rewrites the map for everyone. Fear is a powerful motivator. For 2 weeks, it had kept me obedient, forcing me to follow the Gables' bizarre rules to the letter. But now, a different kind of fear was taking over, the terror of ignorance. I couldn't survive this place if I didn't understand it. My rational mind, the part of me that had been suppressed by the sheer, overwhelming strangeness of the farm, screamed for data. I needed to know the why, and I had a strong suspicion that the answers were in the one place I was explicitly forbidden to go, the root cellar. Rule 10 was absolute. The root cellar door is to remain bolted. The preserves inside are not for eating. They are an offering. That night, I waited until the old house was steeped in the profound silence of the prairie midnight. The Gables slept in a room on the ground floor. Their breathing was a faint, rhythmic whisper. Armed with a flashlight, I crept out of the house and across the yard. The damp grass cooled beneath my bare feet. The cellar door was secured by a heavy iron bolt, just as the rule implied. It was stiff with rust, but with a painful, groaning screech, it slid back. The air that wafted up from the darkness was thick and cloying, a smell of damp earth, rot, and something else, something metallic and sweet. I descended the stone steps, my flashlight beam cutting a nervous path through the gloom. The cellar was exactly as one might expect from a century. Old farmhouses, stone, lined walls, a packed dirt floor, and rough wooden shelves lining the perimeter. But the shelves were filled with hundreds of mason jars, each one coated in a thick layer of dust. My light fell upon the contents of the nearest jar. It wasn't peaches or beans. It was a dark, viscous liquid, almost black, with murky shapes suspended within it. I moved the light along the shelves. Some jars contained what looked like bundles of hair, others held yellowed teeth, and one, to my horror, contained a small, curled braid of blonde hair, tied with a faded blue ribbon. These were the preserves. These were the offerings. Frantic now, I began searching the cellar. In the far corner, one of the large flagstones that made up the floor seemed slightly loose. I pried it up with my fingers, my nails filling with damp soil. Beneath it was a small, hollow space, and nestled inside was a rusted tin box. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the answer. I took the box back to my room, my hands trembling so badly I could barely work the latch. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was a small, leather-bound diary. The ink on the first page was faded but legible. The property of Annalise Gable, 1934. I began to read, and the history of the farm's curse spooled out before me. Annalise was a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, and her words painted a grim picture of life during the Dust Bowl. She wrote of endless drought, of crops turning to dust in the fields, of the constant fear of starvation. She mentioned the local Cree, who had lived on this land for generations, and their stories of the Kwa, Si, Sak, the little people, spirits of the land who demanded respect. But her father, a desperate man pushed to the brink, had sought more than respect. He had sought a bargain. Annalise described a ritual her father performed in the dead of winter, a pact made with what he called the silent folk, the ones who live below the roots. He offered his own blood to the frozen earth and begged for life. And the land answered. The next spring, their fields were green while their neighbors remained barren. The farm flourished, an oasis of impossible bounty in a decade of desolation. But the pact had a price. The diary detailed the emergence of the rules, almost identical to the ones I had been given. The land required payment for its gifts. It demanded offerings, a share of every living thing on the farm. The preserves in the cellar were the tithe, a lock of hair from a newborn calf, a tooth from a pig, a jar of blood from the slaughter. It was a ledger of sacrifice. The diary chronicled years of this grim accounting, the family trapped in their prosperous prison. Then I reached the final entry. The handwriting was shaky, terrified. October 12, 1937. The harvest is early this year, the best we have ever seen. Father says the land is pleased, but it is hungry for more than the usual tithe. He says for such a gift, it requires a new seed to be planted, one to tend the soil from below. This morning at breakfast, he looked at me, and his eyes were full of tears. He said my name. The diary ended there. I dropped the book as if it were burning. The summer job, the excellent pay, the isolation, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. I wasn't an employee. I was the next offering. The new seed. A floorboard creaked in the corner of my room. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I slowly raised my flashlight. A shape was coalescing in the shadows by the door. It wasn't Silas or Elspeth. It was rising from the floor itself, a figure woven from the very elements of the prairie. Its body was a twisting mass of dark soil, dry roots, and brittle grass. Its arms were gnarled branches, and its head was a great, dried sunflower, the dark, empty seed, holes forming a vacant, terrifying face. It was the land itself, given monstrous form. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, the floorboards groaning under its impossible weight. It didn't rush. It didn't need to. It raised an arm made of woven roots and pointed not at me, but at the open diary on my bed. Then its gaze shifted towards the window, out at the dark, waiting fields. The message was unspoken but perfectly clear. The story was true. The debt was due. With a sound like the sighing of wind through dead grass, the creature dissolved, crumbling back into dust and shadows, leaving nothing behind but the faint smell of rich earth and decay. I scrambled out of my bed and fled my room, not thinking, just running. I now knew the truth. The gables weren't protecting me from the entity. They were fattening the calf for slaughter. They were my captors, and the harvest was coming. The next morning, the air was different. The oppressive silence had been replaced by a low, mechanical roar that vibrated through the very foundations of the farmhouse. It was the sound of the combine harvester, a monstrous machine of red paint and gleaming steel blades, which Silas was steering in vast, sweeping lines across the wheat field. The harvest had begun. For me, it was the sound of a ticking clock, each pass of the combine a second closer to my own end. There was no more pretense. When I came down to the kitchen, Silas was there, his hands clean, but his eyes ancient with a terrible, wary knowledge. Elspeth stood by the stove, her back to me. "You were in the cellar," Silas said. It was a statement of fact. "You read the book." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. "Every 7th summer," he continued, his voice as flat and empty as the plains outside, "the farm requires a new caretaker. The land gives, but it must also receive. It's the pact. It's the only way." Analyze, she understood. She tended the soil from below, and the farm survived the dust. "Now it's your turn." He revealed the final unspoken rule, the one that underpinned all the others. I was the offering. My well-paid summer job was nothing more than a lure, the fee for my life, funded by the farm's unnatural, blood-soaked bounty. Panic gave way to a cold, desperate clarity. They expected me to be a lamb for the slaughter, just like Annalise. But I wasn't a desperate girl from the 1930s. I was a student of systems, of logic, and their system, this pact, had rules. I realized, in a flash of adrenaline-fueled insight, that my only hope was to break the system by weaponizing those very rules. I had to create chaos. "It's time," Silas said, taking a step toward me. I didn't wait for him to take another. I bolted. I threw open the kitchen door and sprinted out into the yard, ignoring Elspeth's sharp cry. My first target was the root cellar. I wrenched open the bolted door and scrambled down the steps. I grabbed 2 of the dusty mason jars, the one with the teeth, the one with the blonde braid, and ran back into the sunlight. Silas was coming after me, his long legs eating up the ground. I ran towards the fields, directly violating Rule 1, as the sun was still high in the sky. As I reached the edge of the wheat, I took the metal watch from my wrist, the one I'd stopped wearing to comply with Rule 11, and hurled it as far as I could into the sea of gold. I heard a subtle shift in the air, a low hum, as if something's attention had been drawn by the glint of metal. Then I smashed the jars on the hard, packed earth of the yard, the dark liquid, and its gruesome contents splattered across the ground. I had wasted the offering. I had broken Rule 10. The reaction was instantaneous. A low groan seemed to rise from the soil itself. The ground beneath my feet trembled. The chase was on. I plunged into the disorienting maze of the tall wheat, the stalks whipping at my face. I could hear Silas behind me, crashing through the crop, cursing my name. But there was another sound now, a deep, rustling, dragging sound. The entity, enraged by the broken rules and the wasted tithe, was awake and no longer bound by the Gable's careful rituals. I burst out of the wheat field and scrambled down the dusty embankment of a dry creek bed, its banks thick with willows and sagebrush. I looked back just in time to see Silas stumble at the edge of the field. Dark root, like tendrils erupted from the soil, wrapping around his ankles. He gave a single, choked cry as he was dragged down into the earth, vanishing into the churning dirt as if into water. I didn't stop. I ran, following the winding path of the creek bed. I could hear Elspeth's voice, thin and reedy, calling my name from the top of the embankment. And then I heard another sound of frantic, deafening cawing. A black cloud of crows, hundreds of them, descended from the sky. They weren't just watching anymore. They swarmed Elspeth, a vortex of black feathers and sharp beaks. Her screams were lost in their cacophony. A dark perversion of Rule 7. I was alone. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs were numb, my only goal the distant gray ribbon of the gravel road, the symbolic boundary between this cursed world and my own. I finally collapsed onto the road, waving my arms frantically at an approaching plume of dust. A pickup truck screeched to a halt. The driver, a farmer with a kind, weathered face, looked at me with wide, concerned eyes. I had escaped. The aftermath was a blur of police stations and confused officers. They found the Gable farm abandoned. The house was already falling into a state of disrepair, the combine harvester sitting silent in a half-finished field. They found Annalise's diary, but dismissed it as a piece of macabre fiction, the product of a troubled, isolated mind. They found no bodies. My story was unbelievable, written off as a psychological break brought on by stress and isolation. Months passed. I was back in my small apartment in Regina, the prairie sun a distant memory. I was safe. I had survived. But the horror of a truly binding contract is that it doesn't end just because you walk away. One morning, I noticed a small terracotta pot on my windowsill. I didn't remember buying it. A single, dark green shoot was pushing its way up from the soil. Annoyed, I pulled it out and tossed it in the trash. The next day, it was back, taller and stronger. I started noticing other things. No matter how hard I scrubbed, there was always a fine line of dark, rich soil ingrained under my fingernails. My food, no matter what I cooked, had a faint, earthy aftertaste. The final, chilling realization came to me in the dead of night. I looked at my hands, at the dirt that would not leave, and I understood. I hadn't escaped the pact. By being the last one standing, the sole survivor of the farm's bloody ledger, I had inherited it. The land had claimed its caretaker. I didn't need to be on the farm anymore. The farm, and its silent, waiting hunger, was now in me. The rules had followed me home.